I have Ramawara. We don't see you anymore because on the screen it looks like all kinds of various things coming up for preparing to be recording. But now we come back to looking at the screen again. I think we have every. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Dhammang sanghang namasami. I feel so happy to come into this space and to feel the energy in this space and joining together with community again. It's just reflecting how much I love the time in solitude in the forest and how much I really love monastic community. And just feeling joy and appreciation in this regard. Well, I want to try my verse again. My Spanish, simple Spanish verse. My feliz soledad, feliz soledad, feliz soledad en comunidad. And how to translate?
No.
Feliz is happiness.
Happy solitude, happy solitude, happy solitude, and community.
In community. Yes. I appreciate that. So after our last time together, shortly after the Upasampada and also seminary Papacha, then we had a Vinaya studies session that was focused on the determination of roles. And then there were some questions that arose during that time that weren't answered, that weren't addressed yet. And then there are also some that arose afterwards. So I wanted to be sure to give some time now, timely today, for those questions. So I had aimed to give a message to everyone beforehand, an invitation, welcome to reflect back on whatever questions you had and to think about collecting them and bringing them for this time. And then also offered the half hour of study hall time beforehand to give a chance to be able to look at the text, resources that we have, and see if you know where those places of question are coming up, or have the opportunity, just a dedicated time to be able to look and see if you find those things as it really for practicum. I want everyone to get comfortable with how they can find, if they have questions about something, how they can find it in the text, whether in the textbooks or online or both. I would hope actually both. I want to recognize also there's one important book that we haven't been looking at that is also, I found, quite valuable. And this is by Venerable Jnana Tusita. It's focused on the Bhikkhu Patimokkha, and then has the Bhikkhu Patimokkha as a framework, but of course a large part of that is shared, and then there's commentary related to it, and then definitions and so many things that are found in the Bhikkhu Vibhanga. So there's a contemporary translation and an alternative source as compared to Ajahn Thanisaro. So it's nice to have, you know, another perspective from someone who has been living the monastic life for a long time and then really given time and care to studying this and then sharing that. So it's not all 100% the same. And so this book is actually available as a free ebook online. So this is on the Bhikkhu Patimokkha, and I would like to recommend thinking about that as a resource as well. And similar to what is here in the Buddhist Monastic Code 1 and 2, even in Buddhist Monastic Code 1, although the framework is also the Bhikkhu Patimokkha, but still, or the framework is like the, you know, it's based on the Mahavibhanga or Bhikkhu Vibhanga, and yet the nice thing that's been done is things that you find in various places in the canon or commentaries or sub-commentaries or contemporary teachers' teachings on that topic are then drawn together in that place. So that's something that makes it so valuable, is that work and drawing together. So we do have copies of this book in our library, and it's also available as an ebook online for free. So I just want to recommend this also for studies. I had just thought among the various books that were shown and that we talked about, then I think this is a good and valuable one. So I just wanted to mention and to highlight that. And you know, some people's work, I think, in terms of their level of Pali knowledge or their study or their practice, has like different kinds of quality, or you say depth or emphasis, and I feel like this is one that's also really worthy of recommendation. And there are the various things that can, I would say, legitimately be interpreted one way or interpreted another way. And so different aspects of meaning are highlighted. And so having this as an additional reference for those who would like to be able to understand more different aspects of meaning, then I think this is a valuable one. So I just wanted to mention about that. And you might say, well, what we're talking about now is mostly from the Kandakas. And this is more focused on like Vibhanga or Patimokkha. But still we can find things related to the robes in Vibhanga, as well as in the Kandakas. So we find things in both the Bhikkhu and Bhikkhuni Vibhanga related to the robes. And some of the questions that came up, shared ownership, for example, that's mentioned in Bhikkhuni Patimokkha, right? And then if you look there, if you find something about shared ownership of robes, who would like to pick this one up? Shared ownership of robes in Bhikkhuni Patimokkha, then are those precepts unique to the Bhikkhunis, or are they precepts that have been then carried over from the Bhikkhu Patimokkha, or shared with? And what's the word for shared again? If a precept is shared, what's that called? Now, anyone except for Wakachayana. If no one answers, then we'll ask. But this is one of the questions that came up, is about the shared ownership, and then in relationship also to having a robe store in a monastery, and the ways that a robe store can be held, or when there's a sangha in residence, or when there might be less than a sangha in residence, or even there might be only one bhikkhuni with that monastic community, and then, you know, how does that work? So these are questions that we wanted to come back to. And so I'm interested to ask, first I want to see, does anyone have an answer when it's shared discipline? The precepts are shared between the bhikkhus and bhikkhunis in Pali, what's that called? This is one of the words I want you to memorize for this study, to remember the Pali word and then the concept. Okay, your chance now. Yes, please.
Satharana.
Satharana, yes. So that could literally be translated as co-held or held together. Satharana. But we often translate that into English as shared, but it means held by both communities, held together. And if we say in English, you're holding something together, normally it means you're not crazy, or you're dealing with something difficult, but you're doing okay, or this kind of thing. It's like holding it together, right? But literally means together, held, or holding together, but we say they're shared precepts normally. So let's ask someone else now. What's that called in Pali? Satarana. Does anyone recognize a familiar word in there? Huh?
No, probably
The sa in this case is the together. Together.
like that.
Tara, yes. Like in Tarini, like in Tamadarini. Yes, Tamadara. Tamadarini, Tara. It's like holding or upholding. Yeah. So as the banks of a stream hold that stream, or even the shape, character of the flow of the current of the stream itself is also called Tara. Yes, Tara, Dhara. And even like in the word Silatara also, that's Sila Tara. So that means holders of Sila. So Tara, who holds or upholds Sila. And Tamadara was the name of Lumpur Mahaprasad's hermitage before Abhayagiri was there. Now it's part of the Abhayagiri property. Then when Lumpur Mahaprasad was, we were going to have our, starting with Dhammadrini before his name, then someone asked him what would be a good name, and he said right away, Tamadara. I want to make it specific, like clear in people's minds. He's thinking also maybe Thai monks understanding. So then Tamadharini, same as Tamadhara. Then they translated as women upholding the Dhamma, or upholding the Dhamma in the female form. So sometimes we think, oh, actually too specific, we want to be broader than that. But at that time, he was thinking there's so much that's broad, but we want to offer something specific that's missing. So anyway, these considerations over time. One more time, what's it called? The shared precepts are those that are held or upheld together by both Bhikkhu and Bhikkhuni Sangha. If you answered before, you can't answer now. Satarana, yes. So even that form may be like holding together, something like that in process for holding together. Yeah, so did you find in Bhikkhuni Patimokkha, did you find then this any precept that's about shared ownership? The question came up, has anyone found that? And the question that was brought up about whether this is, I don't know, we don't want to put Bante on the spot, he's auditing and can join in together, but do the bhikkhus have precepts about shared ownership of robes also? We can just ask.
I know of robes being owned by the order. And I was just actually reading, and I was trying to figure out the words that they use. There's a difference between allotted and assigned. And I don't know specifically what that means just yet. I didn't have to look at the Pali, but I don't know what the Pali would be of the English that you're saying, like shared ownership. So I don't know if that means something I know or I don't.
Oh, right, we can see that now in the Bhikkhuni Patimokkha. If someone has found this, if you found anything about this data. And looking.
Lots of robe-related things.
Lots of robe-related things. Shall we go over? How about we just start with you're seeing robe-related things, and let's go over various kinds of robe-related things that we find in the Patimokkha here. And by the way, if you have an e-version of this, you can just search words within it, which can sometimes help with study, like just shared ownership. I mean, also for the e-version, if you have the ebook version of the Bhikkhuni Patimokkha 4th edition, you can do that. So which section did you just go into here?
Into
Can you
the,
back up again?
Yes.
Because I'm not sure everybody was able to see what you were doing. Okay, make that big. Where are we now? We're in Sutta Central.
we'll go back further.
Yes,
Here we
yes.
are. Okay, we're home.
Sutta Central home. Here we are. Yes.
We want the Vinaya Dipika,
Basket of monastic law.
want the Theravada school.
Okay.
Oh, and not, hang on, let me screen share this with.
Yes,
Sandra
please.
from Bride.
Yes, please. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Got that again. Okay, here we
Yes,
are with the
good.
monastic law of the Theravada school.
Yes.
And then I was going to the Bhikkhuni Vibhanka,
Yes. Okay.
nuns, rules, and their analysis.
Go ahead. Mhm.
And then, because this is about something that can be owned,
Yes.
then it's something that can be also relinquished with confession if you do something wrong about your ownership.
That's true. Yes.
So then I thought perhaps this would be an Isagya Pachitya.
We do find some things related to robes in the Nisagya Pachityas. It's true.
There's also some in the Pachitya.
Yes, yes. Let's look at Nisagya Pachitya first.
Okay,
Can you
So-
make that bigger?
I can,
Oh,
yes.
thank you. Okay, so first we have bowls. So then this does, in terms of your ordination, and then the robes and the bowls are coming onto your body and then also being established with you at the time of your ordination together, particularly at the time in practice, we do that at the time of the Pabhaja, but then also specifically with determination as an essential part of the process at the time of Upasampada. So then ayam te pato, right? Starting with, this is your bowl. And then what?
Next one.
Yes.
was,
Yes,
Sangha.
ayam sangati. Yes. And what's next? Oh, let's hear, please. Uttara Sankha, yes. And Uttara Sankho, and then?
And then this.
Yes. Antaravasako, yes. Antaravasako, yes.
This.
Sankachikan,
And then bathrobe.
yeah. The bath. Udaka Satika. Udaka Satika. Yes, so you started with the bowl. Okay, pato, bowl, and then Sankati. You can touch where it might be, your Sankati, and then your Sankha, and Antaravasako, then Sankachika. So you can say this now. Samaneri Dhammavada. Starting with bowl is what? Pali bowl, alms bowl. Pata, pata, or pato, and it's just a different grammatical form of it. In this case, it has the O ending on it. So pata, in Sanskrit, it's patra. Pata, like, no? Don't
Is
think
that different?
I cannot remember.
Yes, yes. So pato, or pata, the bowl. Then what's the Sangati?
Sangati.
One of those things, huh? One of those things. What are you calling that in English? You're just
Sometimes
calling
it's
it
called an
Sangati.
outer robe.
Sometimes called outer robe, sometimes called upper robe, sometimes called double robe. Let me just ask you though, there's a tradition of this being double, but double implies two. Does it have to be two? Can it be more than two or less than two? Legally, properly in Vinaya? I see a nodding head. Please tell me, yes?
Yes, do more than two or less than two.
Can it be more than two or less than two? Less than two would be one, but down below one, then not, no. At least one, yes. So it can actually even be only one layer. So the reason that I mention this is because I've heard people say sometimes, especially like for the forest traditions, then normally the Sangati is made with two layers. And then sometimes the monks who use only the one layer because it's so hot, and their tradition is having them wear their Sangati almost all the time for everything, folded over their shoulder, then saying, oh, it's like lax or corrupt or something. Their Sangati only has one layer, it's not real. But is that true according to Vinaya? Oh, it's actually not true. But then if we think about it, if that's not true and somebody is speaking like that, even if it were true and they're speaking like that, but if it's not true and they're speaking like that, then what kind of speech is that?
Was ist nicht?
What is not true? Yes. Now I'm quickly learning German from yesterday.
Wir können auch einen Sangati haben, der nur einlagig ist. Ein Sangati muss nicht zweilagig sein. Der kann einlagig sein, zweilagig oder mehrlagig.
Ja. Oh,
Yes, let's check with Aya Pramawara. Did you ever hear anyone make such comments like that? No? But I can't hear you. Right? You might be muted.
You're not muted.
Not muted.
Is my volume?
Oh, maybe our volume? No, our volume is not turned down. Just somehow the sound's not coming through.
We're not hearing you.
You're also not good at lip reading.
Well, okay, maybe my plan to be asking you this right now is not going to go ahead. But let's check then with Bhikkhuni Tisarani. Did you ever hear anyone say that before? Like the Sangati must be two layers, it can't be one layer. If it's one layer, it's a fake Sangati.
Hast du schon mal gehört, dass jemand gesagt hat, ein Sangati muss zwei Lagen haben und wenn er nur eine hat, dann ist
Those monks who are using just one layer robe like that are just lax and corrupt.
Genau, oder dass welche, die nur einen einlagigen Sangati haben, dass die lax sind und nicht richtige Mönche.
Oh, sounds like a bad word.
No, I not heard this, but I heard Sangati is two.
Yes. So it is often in English it's called a double robe, and also there is the tradition of it being made with two layers. Yes. Sometimes even Old English it was called the outer cloak. So we find different kinds of language like this, but then Seminary Tapira said it can be more than two layers. Really?
We talked about like sewing an inner layer in for warmth.
Sewing an inner layer in for warmth. Yes, in fact, text specifically mentioned things like if there are old robes, then you can like sew them in, like quilting them in. So there's even the tradition of, but they're also just like the brand new quilted Sangatis, even amongst Burmese monks who are practicing in the cold place, then using the quilted Sangati. I've seen quilted Sangati at Pavana also, the Bante Buddharakita, and I visited there before, had from the Burmese community, had received the quilted Sangati. Then the layers, you can put in layers of old rope to be like filling that in. You can put in as many layers of old robe inside, you can quilt inside as you wish, in fact, to make warm. So I had told you the story of going to Bodh Gaya back in the winter of like 2007, 2008, and then 4 times the blankets got stolen. We were staying in International Vipassana Meditation Center, and it was winter time, and then just the bed, there's just a plank of wood on legs with the frame to put the mosquito net. And then no blankets came. One time blankets were stolen, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. The blankets from International Tripitaka chanting they had prepared, but 4 times the blankets were stolen. And I was so glad that I had prepared my sangati like that. We also had the little silver emergency blanket a friend had offered just before we left, like take these along just in case you need it. And so I had silver emergency blanket and my sangati I had quilted in another layer inside, and I was so glad that I did that, covering up also. It was frosty under the Bodhi tree, and occasionally they give us something hot to drink while we were chanting there. But you can do these things. Then afterwards, when I came back, I didn't need it anymore. It was unstitched and took it out again. So it's just 2 layers. That one I made. You can even make your sangati by taking one layer of robe and putting like another old robe or something inside. It doesn't have to be the way that we receive, like new, so beautifully sewn from the robe, small home craft robe shop that loves to supply the forest traditions. But you can make your robes out of even like what I did for that one before. Both were the cast off robes at that time. They have been abandoned by the others, and then sew them together to make them sangati. And I used to enjoy doing these things so much. Cast off robes were like my favorite for many years. And everything is all the various kinds of cast off pieces of things. Even almost my entire life. One time I received a set of new robes, and one other time I received a set, like whole set of new robes. Not often in so many years. So I enjoyed that. It's not to make you feel bad for having received the new robes like this. Also, the people, it's kind of just the energy, I think, of the merit of this ordination. Normally, people weren't asking us so much. This year, people asked about offering robes somehow on their own initiative more than any other year in our entire Dhammajarini history. So I feel like some people may be sensitive to merit or something, and then they're looking out for their opportunity. Yes, please.
I was just reading the robes Khandaka the other day, and there's a section where the Buddha allows robes from householders, and it shows like that there's such an outcry of like joy that they get to offer dana and joy. So it was like for the good of the people that you accept the robes from them.
Yes, also. And we can imagine for the good of the people, and then also we think when the Sangha was very small, to be able to get enough discarded cloth in the area from those who are passing away or thrown away in the dust heap or this kind of thing might have been more easy. But then with the Sangha growing so much larger in much larger numbers, then there might not have been so much cloth like quickly and readily like that was cast off, but still allowed as a nisaya. Then absolutely for nisayas then to use the cast off cloth, still allowed. And there are the monastics who, whether for the short time or longer time, then decide they're only going to use the cast off cloth as one of the dutangas. So the various numbers of dutangas are there. And then these are optional, they're allowable practices, but not practices that we must, that we're compelled by the monastic discipline to engage in, but they're optional ascetical practices. And then for the bhikkhunis, then the number is not exactly the same as for bhikkhus in the Pali text tradition, because one of the dutangas is then the living at the roots of the tree. So in such a circumstance like this, we can. But this is, the meaning is different than within the forest monastery, forest hermitage environment like this. Although it is wonderful here to be able to stay in this way. I found something interesting just on the aside, studying the comparative to Anguttara Nikaya. Anguttara Nikaya in English is Numerical Discourses of the Buddha, Anguttara Nikaya. Then there's Ekotarika Agama. Also, you can see that in Sutta Central as compared to Anguttara Nikaya, Numerical Discourses. Then, like we have list of 13 great leading bhikkhunis in Anguttara Nikaya. And then, is there one who mentions in that list about robes, an ascetical practice related to robes? So again, we see Bhikkhuni Kaccayana then nodding. And so let's check with anyone else about this. And meanwhile, Venerable Kaccayana can also show this even on the Sutta Central from someone else amongst those 13 bhikkhunis. When we chant, normally each year actually we chant that on International Bhikkhuni Day at least, but this year we didn't. Yeah? Huh? We did?
We were busy.
We were busy, yes. We were creating new outstanding bhikkhunis. We were recognizing them in a different way. So I want you to go back a little bit again to let others see your process in case you were too fast for others to see.
I was just trying to.
Yes, okay, it's basket of discourses, Sutta Pitaka. And then we go and we find numbered, here it says numbered discourses and Anguttara. And then we see here numbered discourses collection. And look, there says Anguttara Nikaya there, but look down one and says Ekotarika Agama. Ekotarika Agama. So actually Anguttara in Pali and Ekotarika in Sanskrit mean the same thing. It's like by factors of one, increasing by factors of one. And Nikaya means a collection. Agama means a tradition that's passed down. So these are both ways of describing the for the suttas and also for the Vinaya, these collections that have been passed down. So Ekotarika Agama and Anguttara Nikaya are like a Sanskrit way of saying and Pali way of saying basically the same thing. And so let's look at the Pali here, numbered discourses collection. Then when we talk about those who the Buddha commended as foremost amongst his disciples, do you have an idea of which book that would be in? You might have seen it flash through earlier on already. This is the thing, I thought it was probably too fast for you to
I
see.
didn't actually find it yet.
You didn't find it yet?
I was trying to find it.
Oh, I see, but you were looking at a particular book.
Well, you mentioned the Anguttara Nikaya.
Yes, but then you were going to start to open up a particular book.
Was
No?
I?
I thought.
How many bhikkhunis?
I think there's 13
Well, hold on,
in
hold
that
on, hold on.
list.
So if you're
Oh.
familiar with that that's a good way, right? And then there's
There's-
13 in
there's
the
no
list
book
and we
of
have a book of
13s.
11s. Yeah.
So,
But-
then
So this particular section though has a list of the Buddha's disciples, bhikkhu disciples, bhikkhuni disciples, upasaka disciples, and upasika disciples who the Buddha commended as being foremost amongst his disciples in particular important qualities. And so all of those, they're different numbers in the different groups, but they're all contained in one book together. And which book would that be in?
Ones.
Might be in the four for like fourfold assembly, or I heard someone else say something else.
Foremost. In the ones,
That's
because
something.
they're foremost.
In the ones for being foremost, let's check and see. It would make sense to be under four for fourfold Sangha. It would make sense to be under one for being foremost. And it would make sense to be under 13 if there were a book of the 13s. All that would follow like the logic that we see here. Good friends, negligence, not the teaching, non-offenses, one person.
Foremost.
Chapter 1, huh? What did you see?
Foremost.
Where did you see foremost?
Right there.
Right there. Padamavaga. foremost. Padma means what? Oh, sorry.
Try that again.
Try again. Yes.
Yes.
And what do you see here?
Let me change this view here.
Oh, I have Brahmavada is moving around on our screen.
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay. Do you remember chanting this in Cambodia together? Do you remember how to chant it?
Well, we were doing Bhikkhunis.
It's true, but it's the same, pretty much the same pattern. If we had Venerable Metta Jivi here with us, then she can just chant this so great. Yes. Etatagam bhikkhave mama samikhanam bhikkhunan ratanyunam yaditam anyasikondanyo. Yes, like that. You want to, so yes, we're in the right, we know we're in the right section now. Let's go and see if we can find the bhikkhunis.
Okay.
Hold on, wait, actually, for any of the bhikkhus here, is there anything mentioned about robes? We see great wisdom, psychic power, advocate austerities. Hold on, so advocate austerities, that's interesting translation, dutavada. That's someone who is teaching or following the teaching of Vada, the Dutta. Then this relates to the Dutangas. Okay, then let's go down further with clairvoyance. It says the divine eye, Diva Chaku, and charming voice. Wow, lion's roar. Speaking on the teaching, explaining in detail the meaning of a brief statement. Okay, go ahead. Next. Where's the next? Chapter 2. And then we have more bhikkhus. Wilderness, absorption, that's jhana, energetic, aradhaviryam, good speakers who receive many possessions. You know this, Sivali? I don't know if Pramawada is familiar with this in Thailand, but the Siwali Tero is so popular in Thailand because Siwali Tero is said to have a particular kind of merit that people love to give him things. So then many monasteries, they put up a statue of Siwali Tero. Even I visited Ajahn Mahasamchai's. Yeah, I visited Ajahn Mahasamchai's monastery in China, and they put standing statue of Siwali Tero right out in front of the entrance of the monastery. I was there at the time of the inauguration and establishment of that statue. And, if people see Siwali Tero, then they want to support. Different fun traditions and cultures have been passed down in these regards. Do you see anything?
I think this foremost in the Sun lodgings.
Yeah.
Almost. Oh,
Yes.
let's go back. Wait, let's see that one. That's good
Right
for,
here.
Top of my-
yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
You've told me
Famous.
about how I should be able to let it my finger and.
right.
Yes. Yes.
So, quick check here, because we did want to talk about community responsibilities and assignments, and then assigning lodgings is one of those traditionally. Then, which is the word for lodgings here in the Pali? Don't highlight it yet. In the Pali, which word is lodgings? Senasana. Yes, exactly. Senasana. Senasana, panya. And panya is like with wisdom and discernment. And then pakana is then the assigning part, that duty. Okay, let's go on further. And even beloved by the devas also. And this venerable has also been popular in various places for a long time. People thought that if this venerable is there, then also the devas will come. You see how charming are human beings, the way we think about these things. Brilliant speech, textual analysis. Let's go on further. And then very learned, Ananda, good memory. Excuse me.
This is all another.
Look at that. Wow. Those people who are dissing Ananda for his support of the Bhikkhunis, do you see any other monk with so many foremost here?
4 times.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, that's
even as foremost among personal attendants. What is personal attendant in Pali? Upataka. Upataka. Yes. So I've seen it being spelled Upataka.
Yes.
And then I'll just say that it does sound rather like that, especially in Thai, and this is what the spelling is here. So just for you to know that. And then let's go beyond Ananda, large congregation, inspiring families, good health, wow. And recollecting past lives, psychic power, and then even advising giving bhikkhuni ovada, guarding the sense doors, advising giving bhikkhu ovada also, skilled in the fire elements, and thank you, fast. Our Gachayana is foremost amongst our assembly in fast finding text. Etadagam bhikkhave mama samvikanam kachayanam kipa panyam yadidam, no, something like this. Okay, so Luka Chivara. Oh, sorry, I was supposed to ask you. No. My brain is like, wait, no, I want to be fast in fighting too. I jumped ahead. But this is for you. So what's the word for robes here? Chivara, yes. And then here, Tara. Tara is here. Tara, why is Tara here? We were talking about Tara meaning holding, upholding, and we're also talking about Tara as meaning memory. And
About wearing?
yeah, it can actually be used for the wearing of robes. Chivara Tara. No. Yes, we do hold them also. As you've noticed, different than typical Western clothes that you don't have to hold on to. You can just put on, and then all your buttons and zippers and elastics and sewing and everything is keeping it all in place. Then the holding of the robes, remembering to hold the robes is such an important practice. And then Luka, what's Luka?
Coarse.
Coarse, yes, can mean coarse, can mean rough. Anyway, not just perfectly sewn, lovely, so nice and smooth, wonderfully prepared robes, rough, coarse. And so this then is considered an ascetical practice related to the robes that gets connected also with the using of the dust heap robes, rag robes, robes from a corpse, cast off cloths, accepting any kinds of robes. Go ahead. And then we have Etatakam bhikkhave mama samvikanam bhikkhuninam ratanyunam yaditam mahapajapati gotami. Etatakam bhikkhave mama samvikanam bhikkhuninam mahapanyanam yaditam kema. Like this. Etatakam bhikkhave mama samvikanam bhikkhuninam ratanyunam yatitam Itimantinang, sorry about that. Itimantinang yatitam upalawana etatakam bhikkhave mama samikana bhikkhuninam vinaya dharanam yatitam patachara etatakam bhikkhave mama samikana bhikkhuninam Dhammakatakanam yatitam dhammatina etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam jahinam yatitam nanda etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam Arata Viryanam Yatitam Sona Etatakam Bhikkhave Mama Savikanam Bhikkhuninam Vipachakukanam Yatitam Sakula. The little star, we think that's actually Sakula rather than Bakula, that this may be a corruption of the text there, we think. And then etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam kipahinyanam yatitam bhata kundala kesa etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam upe nivasam anusarantinam yatitam bhata kapilani etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam mahapunya patanam yatitam bhata kapchana etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam lokavajivaradharanam yatitam kisagotami etatakam bhikkhave mama samikanam bhikkhuninam yatitam Sathadimuttanam yatitam singalamatati. So this is one way it can be chanted. It can be chanted other ways also. Yes, Singhalamata, Sigalamata, then more normally actually in Pali text, Sigalamata, Sigalamata, rather than Singhalam, but both appear in the Pali text like this. So then robes, wearing coarse, also it says coarse robes. In Pali, what's wearing coarse robes? Yes, please. Lukachiora Dharanam. Lukachiora Dharanam. So then this is one then of the ascetical practices related to the robes. So what I just wanted to mention is then in here, how many of the Dhutangas or ascetical practices do you find the bhikkhunis being highlighted for in here? In this list, in the Pali text. Teaching Dhamma, upholding Vinaya, having psychic power, great wisdom. Only that one. Only that one, yeah. So what I just wanted to mention is when we were studying in the Ekotarika Agama, which has been preserved partly in Sanskrit and some maybe Kantari Khotanese a little bit also, and then translated into Chinese long ago, then actually, but you could go and find, you wouldn't need to go out like this. You could actually just click on parallels within it. Because I'm not, maybe it will be in here. I'm not sure. I'm not remembering which book now. But I wanted to tell you is that actually for all 13 of the Dhutangas, there's a bhikkhuni. In the Chinese text, there's a bhikkhuni who's listed as foremost for all 13 of the Dhutangas. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. that was preserved like that. The number is larger from the Chinese text. Rather than 13, then the number was, how many do you remember seeing? And this is what we prepared for Malay.
Something, I don't recall
50?
Something,
Was it
40 or
like
50.
50, I think. And then there's a
Yes,
Khmer tradition actually of 50 Etadaga Bhikkhunis. So I found that's interesting. So then we published the Khmer of the 50. Then Malay has made a big poster of this to share. So just to let you know, then for the Dhutangas, I just wanted you to know then, from what was translated from some Indic language into Chinese at some point, it's compared to this, then actually the number is longer, not 13, but 50. And also then there are Bhikkhunis being praised for all of the Dhutanga practices within that particular text. If you're interested, I could share it with you at another time. I just wanted to mention that. Let's go back to robes. So we find for the this practice with the robes then amongst the foremost bhikkhunis, which bhikkhuni of the 13 in the Pali text is then being praised by the Buddha, commended by the Buddha. Then also for Buddhanusati, we may have learned Buddhanusati, mindfulness or recollection of the nice. Yeah, look here. What do we have here? Is there also how many different languages do we have here? We could chant it in German, yes? Want to try? Let's see. Can we sing? Is it possible to chant in German? Wait,
Okay, so
you
here's
moved
the
so fast.
I'm trying to see how many other languages.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't know how to pronounce
I don't
them.
know how to chant this in German.
Nonnen Schüler. Ja? Schülerinnen. Was?
Lead us.
Mahapajapati. Mahapajapati Gautami. Mahapajapati Gautami. Yeah. Then let's go down and find then again down there with the, we'll find out what robes are translated as. Oh, it says robes. Robe and sagan. Yeah. Does it mean rough robes?
No,
What does it mean?
wear the robes.
Just wearing?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Grob.
Big.
That's the course.
Chorus.
Yeah.
Chorus. Grobe.
Not fine.
Not
It's the
fine. Yes,
opposite
that's
of
right.
fine.
Not fine. Rough, coarse. But yes, exactly. It means not fine. Mhm. And yes. Who? Kisa.
Sada or the
Kisa Gautami. Kisa Gautami. Something that she excelled in that was admirable. So we think they had other great admirable qualities as well. For example, number one, becoming Arahantas. Number one. But then also not all the Arahantas were exactly the same in their characters and personalities and practice. And then different were outstanding in different ways for teaching or in their meditation practice or their ability to see back in the past lives. Or, and then also those who are praised in different, even, what's that?
We did craftsman. That's great.
What?
Psychic powers.
Psychic
Wonder
powers.
craft.
Wondercraft. But wait, this one above for Kema, and then also means with rough.
Gross.
No,
Groß.
not fine, no.
Big.
means
Oh, I see.
okay.
Okay, yes. So there's also, there was a verse that's based upon this. that was composed in Lana Thai for the blessing of the nation. And actually, that's the one that we've often been chanting, and it has a canonical basis, but it's not exactly the same as the canonical text. So in the past years, then we've been chanting that one, normally the time of International Bhikkhuni Day each year, and sometimes other times as well, but generally we have a whole community chanting of it all together, reading and chanting of it each year at International Bhikkhuni Day. And our foremost in being fast, runner Wakachayana, is now saying,
Looking if I can find that quickly on my computer.
yeah.
But also, we were talking about shared ownership of
We're talking
roads.
about shared
And there's
ownership
just a
of
bit
roads,
off
though.
of
Yeah,
that.
we did exactly. So anyway,
Um,
coming back to roads again.
We also had an intention to take a break once an hour.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that. Are you thinking that that would be coming up at
Now?
this time now? We could do that, and then also think about, now we've seen this, but I want, if it's possible before our break, just for this particular part, I'd like to share the other Ratanyana Bhikkhuninam Gotami Gotami Jinamatuchan Kapitam Mevatanam Hi Sada Sotim Karotano. If you can't find it on your computer, then know where to find it online. Yes, here on the Aloka Vihara website, you can even find it like beautifully with harmonium and text in Pali, text in English. Both of them are there. You can listen to the beautiful chanting with the harmonium together. I like to encourage all the bhikkhunis to know and to memorize whether the Pali text or they're both Pali texts, but this one was comprised in Lana Thai based on the Anguttara Nikaya text. It's the same list of 13, but for blessings of the nation. And we've chanted that one often. And then also you absolutely just to chant the Pali text is great. And then Empty Cloud Monastery made a beautiful recording of the chanting of the canonical Pali text. But they put two pieces of canonical text together. So there's one line that says that there, when the Buddha is saying there are more than 500 Bhikkhuni Arahantas, they put right in the beginning as a kind of prelude, and then chanting the same text that we were just chanting together, then they have from the canonical Pali text. So this is an extra canonical Pali text here. Extra canonical Pali text means not found in the Pali text canon, but it's based upon it. So this is the one that we've often been chanting together. And we learned a tune then that was created by a friend of Aloka Vihara, who created the tune and then also the chant with the harmonium 10 years ago, around the time of the Upasampada, or full Bhikkhuni ordination of Aya Anandabodhi, Aya Santachita, and Aya Nimala. And so this is one of the things that wonderfully that emerged at that time. And that ordination 10 years ago was on October 17th, which is coincidentally the date of our Katina this year. So as part of our Katina program for the evening program, while the robe sewing is being finished, we're planning on having 10-year commemorative for that Bhikkhuni Upasampada. So maybe we could chant this as part of that, but they'll be joining us also. Ayananda Bodhi will be with us in person for the Katina, as she was for our ordinations together recently. And Aya Santachita is planning to join us from Austria live online. And Aya Nimala is planning to join us live online from Canada. So this is what we have regularly been chanting each year. And I'm just recollecting how this was created and prepared by them around this time. It's been such a treasure. So we've been chanting this. We have yet to find a good English version of the chant for someone to prepare that really nicely in English. But we have this Pali. How many of you know this Pali here? Kind of, yes.
No, I'm not.
Huh? No?
I'm not can by I
How about Samaneri Talawara?
I recognize it if you hear it.
I think you would recognize it if you heard it.
do recognize it, I just don't know what the meaning of the words. but I
Yes,
do the
yes.
chant.
We have also do you have the English available to put on side by side on the screen as well? or no?
Well, I can't do side by side and also screen share with Ajahn
Oh,
Brahmavara.
I see, but you can back and forth,
But
or
I
is it on
can,
another tab? or no?
yes, let me, find, sorry, I'm getting a little boggled about how to get all my things.
But basically, I'll just tell you that what we were just looking at in the canonical polytext, the meaning is very, very similar. So, see, among bhikkhunis of long standing is Gautami, maternal aunt of the Buddha. And this is the part that's added on for the blessings. Attain to the supreme state. May the power of her qualities always be a blessing to us. So the qualities that are there in the polytext canon are there in the first line, and then there are the parts that are invoking blessings that are there in the second line. So let's go back to just the polytext. You're not able to put two on the.
I can, but it won't do the screen share that way.
I see. Okay.
So
All right.
I
that's
can show
fine.
it to
Can you,
us,
can you
but,
share the whole screen rather than sharing a specific? Is it like a share your?
okay,
that's
let
not-
me, this is just more technical than I wanted to be getting, okay. Hang on, I'll manage it.
So I just want to emphasize also for the polytext from the Anguttara
And
Nikaya.
It's also not
yeah,
gonna be
this-
very readable, it's gonna be very small.
Right, yes, but still, we have it.
Have it.
So I
and let's
just
see if
want
I
to
can-
emphasize though, if one wanted to chant the foremost bhikkhus and also foremost bhikkhunis and also foremost upasikas and foremost upasika disciples, then you can
Okay.
chant those.
Yeah, yes,
They're all
seeing
there
it?
together.
Okay.
Oh, you're seeing it.
Okay,
Right,
it's very
right.
small and hard to read, but there it is.
Okay, yes, so it's, what is it? What's it called when you take a photo of your screen? Screenshot, yes, thank you. It's like screenshot of this with the addresses. So this one then, who here knows how to chant this one, the way that we learned it, that tune that emerged at that time?
Will you lead it, Maria, and we'll follow.
Oh, but someone else knows how to lead it?
I could potentially lead it.
Yeah, anyone else?
Not without practicing it.
You know,
It's been a while since I've
There are
done
the pluses and minuses of having someone like Venerable Kachayana who's so good with the chanting. The plus is you have someone good with the chanting to follow. And the minus is if you don't develop yourself and your own abilities because you just rely on following the other person. Yes, so it's good to understand the pluses and minuses, and you can avail yourself of the plus, but if possible, don't fall into the minus. Means doesn't mean that you shouldn't learn to lead the chanting and be able to lead it yourself also. Yes, are you able to lead this one? I think
I mean,
Kavira also has
if I
good
had
ability.
practiced it, I probably could, but I haven't done this probably in a year or something. so-
Right, it's been a year. Oh, okay, so we should chant this and then we should have a break because somehow we managed to go through a year without chanting it together. This is the Aga Savika, means Aga is like the leaders, Agara in Sanskrit, the foremost leaders. Aga Savika, foremost leading disciples, bhikkhunis. Ratanyanam bhikkhuninam Gautami Chinamagacha Tatitha Agatanami Satasotin Karotuno Mahanyanam Agata Kimateriti Pakata Savika Buddha Setasa Satasotin Karotuno Eri Upalawana
cha iti manti namo tamma Savika bodha sekasa sada soti karotu no Vinaya namaga patachara sutta Kapita agarhanami sada sotim karotu no Dhamma katikanam bhavara dhamma dinamika Kapita agarhanami sada sotim karotu no Jaikanam bhikkhuninam Nandate namasa Agatana itaho sadasotim karotu no Arataviryanam Bhagga Sona Teri Pinamika Talita Tatarhanami Sada Sotim Karotu no Iva Chanko Kamaga Savala Iti Visuta Visuta Nayana Sapi Sada Sotim Karotu no Kundala Kesi Honi Kipa Vinyana Mokama Kamita Yevatalami Sada Sotim Karotu no Keri Pata Kapilani Bhajati Namanusari Kasam Yeva Bhikkhuninam Sada Sotim Karotu no Heritu Bhata Kachana Mahavinyana Motama Jinena Sukha Dukkam Sada Sotim Karotu no Nukachivaratari namaga kisa vigotami kapita agarthanami sada sotim karotu no sivaramata bhikkhuni Sadhadi Mukkana Mottama Karotu no Mahasanti Arogyancha Sukham Sada Anya Bhikkhuniyo Sabba Nala Gunadhara Bahu Hare Tuno Sapapaya Sokarogadi Sambhava Sotapanna Dayo Sekha Satapanya Siladika Bhagaso Kilesa Dhamma Sada Sotim Karotu no Bhagaso Kilesa Dhamma Sada Sotim Karotu no Sadhu Sadhu Sadhu.
So the Lanatai composition also is a bigger composition. So they're the foremost bhikkhus and bhikkhunis. I'm not sure if it included the upasikas and upasikas also. So someone asked before, is it allowable for bhikkhus or for laymen to chant this? Or can only bhikkhunis and upasikas chant this? They were just wondering about propriety. What do you think?
Yes, why not?
Why not? Yes.
I'm sort of sad that that's a question.
The question came up. My understanding is it's just fine for us to chant all four of them. And this is coming from, like, for the Anguttara Nikaya, this is coming from the canon. We can chant all. And also for this text as well, then this was, they say in Lanatai, then it was composed also to be chanted for the blessings of the nation. So I want to think about also for blessings for our whole area, whole forest, whole country, and whole world. Also to share blessings with Seminary Tavira's mom on the anniversary of her passing away.
Today's her birthday.
Oh, her birthday, I'm sorry.
Anniversary of her passing away is 2 weeks from now.
Okay, I'm sorry I got that wrong. On the anniversary of her birthday. Anyone else who could benefit from the blessings and want to share with them, but particularly for our whole world. So with the story about how we learned about this chant, and then there were also statues that were made of all 13 of these bhikkhunis, and other statues made as well. And then this came to be a big question and topic, because then in Thailand, with those statues and this chant, and there were those who were concerned that, like, the monks cannot bow in front of those statues, and not okay to chant the Arahant Bhikkhunis' names, because they were concerned it would be demasculinizing, and that they might lose their male gender by bowing in front of the Arahant Bhikkhuni statue or chanting the Bhikkhunis' names. And so then
So fragile.
I think this is called gender fragility, yes, or masculine fragility in a way. But you know, it's easy to laugh and think that this is so charming and quaint from our contemporary American perspective, but actually people were thinking about that really, like, seriously, and concerned about that. And so it turned out to be an amazing boon for Wat Songdhamma Kalyani in Thailand, that's Venerable Dhammananda's monastery, because then the statues then got shipped to, they thought, okay, then let's give to the Bhikkhuni monastery, because the Bhikkhunis can revere the Bhikkhunis, and Bhikkhunis revering Arahant Bhikkhunis is good. So she received 13 great statues that now live or stay at that monastery, and then they started chanting this chant there, having learned about it, and then it got spread around, and then Aloka Vihara also, then the friend of Aloka Vihara created this tune for this chant, and even with harmonium on the website is there like this, and it's gotten greatly spread around. But my understanding is no problem for any of us to be chanting any thank you any of these texts. And also I personally think that in terms of remembering and revering Arahants, I mean, we talked about Buddhanusati is recollecting the qualities of the Buddha, Dhammanusati recollecting qualities of the Sangha, then these are considered Sanghanusati. My understanding is the Buddha was prescribing or wanting all. The reason that we have these in the canon is because the Buddha wanted everyone to remember and appreciate these great disciples, which is the reason for highlighting them, and that Sanghanusati is recommended for all of us. That's my understanding. So not only is it good for the Bhikkhunis to remember and revere the Bhikkhunis, but good for all of us, and no problem for us also to remember the great Upasikas and Upasikas is not going to take away our status as a Bhikkhuni. to also even chant the great upasakas and upasikas, then I heard someone else concerned about that. Then are you reducing your monastic status if you're remembering and chanting about the great upasakas and upasikas? I don't think so. I think, oh, did the Buddha lose his status as a Buddha by reciting these things originally and appreciating his upasaka and upasika disciples, or those who passed down these texts to us? Did they lose their great status by doing that? Absolutely not. Anyway, I just mentioned this because all these ideas are around, and this is our strong point in a way among human beings, is to have many ideas, all kinds of ideas, and create so many things with our incredible thinking powers and imagination powers. So this is our incredible ability, when to use this ability well. My understanding is recollecting the Arahants and recollecting the qualities of great Sangha members is meant to be a support and inspiration for all of us. So okay for Bante to chant also. Not that he can't do that. So now we're going to take a break and come back. May I suggest coming back around 4:30, and then we want to be looking at robes and also Sangha responsibilities again. And Pramawada, I don't know if we can hear you now, but how are you holding up? What time is it for you there?
Still can't hear
Oh,
you.
can't hear you, but we hope that you have enough jet lag that it's okay for you.
Maybe
your
she
mic
could
is-
sign out and sign back in and see if that fixes the.
But I'm afraid if she signs out, she won't be able to get back in like last time. No?
Well, it should be the same link. If
Right.
you
Should
got
be
in
the
the first
same
time,
link.
it should be the same link to get you back in.
Mhm.
When you came in, you actually had two devices on at once, and one of them was making noise, and then you got off that one. Yes, so
All right.
Try the other one.
Look forward to seeing everyone back here at 4:30 or whatever time it is now in UK. Coming up.
Now plus
bottom
7
of
minutes
the-
in the UK.
Bottom of the hour. And please go ahead. I'm thinking to just walk a little in here. Anything else? Yes, maybe. Thank you. Who did this with the wood and lights out there? It's kind of nice.
I just had to get some feeling back in my feet.
Yes.
Then you can just break the door open for fresh air.
If you like.
Are you getting cold if you leave it open?
I'm not. Jitindra, Conchiyan, Kashaya. Jill is hoping to get the chainsaw. Oh. Can we take excuse for 5 minutes? Okay. Is the chainsaw broke and a tree fell down across your road, a big one? Okay. Sadhu.
That was too much of Brahma for us.
What?
That was too much of Brahma for us.
We have too much of no, that's pretty incredible. Can you send one here? You can keep one in UK. Also, we are delighted to have one here as well. We even have two here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So can we hear her now? Yes? Somehow I'm not hearing much. How about now?
Do you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Much better now.
Good. Good.
I was sharing our international Bhikkhunis chanting of the 13 foremost Bhikkhunis from Anguttara Nikaya, from our international Bhikkhuni Dhamma Yatra in Cambodia in the 2018-2019 winter.
Now we're getting feedback.
Our tech support has gone out for a change.
Yeah, so I think you need to make sure your sound on one device. I think it's her. I think if you have two devices on with sound in the same room.
Yeah. One off. Is that okay now?
Can we mute one person?
Unless maybe I could.
Is it, I think I've just got one device now.
Well, two are still on, but I unmuted one of, or I muted one of them, and I think it's better now.
Sorry about that. I think I've just
I have an album called Awakened Women Foremothers of the Buddha, which has drawings of those 13. Don't know if you can see that there or not. I'm just going to see. I had mentioned also 50. For those who are here, you may be able to see it, but then this is the list of 50 from the Cambodian tradition. So there's Cambodian and English text here. And there's a place in Thailand, Wat Thepida, which means Monastery of the Heavenly Daughter in Bangkok, that has then these 50 Arahant Bhikkhunis inside there. Bhikkhuni, the Bhikkhuni Vihara there. So the Chinese tradition and Khmer tradition share in having 50. Anyway, I just thought, because I mentioned it, I thought to show it to you. And also, I hope it goes well for Jill. 10 foremost Upasika disciples of the Buddha also. But also the Chinese and Khmer tradition, and for Upasikas have 30. Buddha tradition and Chinese tradition have tradition of 30 for the Upasikas. Just a curiosity why Cambodian tradition and Chinese both have 50 and 30. The Pali texts have 13 and 10. Different numbers. And then a group of statues. These have been made imitating the ones that I was talking about that came from Lanatai, but these are now down south in Thailand on Koyo Island. Tipaya Satan Dhamma, I think, Bhikkhuni Monastery down south in Songkhla. And someone has offered this this group of 13. These are the old Lana Thai ones. So now Jill has driven away, chainsaw transfer is complete. And I will here, turning this off again, and then we are back together again for studying about robes and responsibilities. So shall we come back then to where were we? Bikuni Vibhanga.
A long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
We're going to be looking for robe-related.
Robe-related things. We actually came online to Bikuni Vibhanga, and this idea section of precept Nisagya Pachitya.
Confess and forfeit.
Yes, to be confessed and forfeit, or confession forfeiture. See what this is called here, and this is, it's true, there's in the Parajikas, there's something about robes in Parajikas, but not so much. That's more talking about like if there's, what is it? Like through the robes, not direct bodily contact, is it okay? Then he's saying, well, you shouldn't do that. Then also it's good to mention something about like, and also wanting to be like handling the robes. But here we come into it. Those are both for preventing sexual misconduct and various kinds of dangers and problems that can come with that. But here in the Nisagya Pachityas, then we have sharing out of seasonal cloth in Pali. Who can read the Pali here?
Akala Chiwara.
Akala Chiwara, that's right. So Chiwara, we know that means robes. What does Akala mean?
Out of time.
Yes, it's true. We're familiar with Akaliko means timeless. Kala is time. Then Akala can be timeless. In this case, it means untimely or not timely. So distributing robe cloth untimely then needs to be relinquished and confessed. Should we open that up, the English and Pali? Thanks to Venerable Bhikkhu Brahmali. Do you know who Venerable Bhikkhu Brahmali is? Did we see him recently or something? We saw quite a few bhikkhus recently. Just might not remember all. This is one actually, especially for those who have received ordination at this time, it's good for you to remember Venerable Bhikkhu Brahmali, Ajahn Brahmali's name, because why? Why? Because
He led the Bhikkhu Sangha, ordination.
he led the Bhikkhu Sangha in your ordination. Is he your Bhikkhu preceptor?
Yeah, I guess.
According to the Pali text, he is not your Bhikkhu preceptor, but in Sri Lanka, and then also for some who have ordained in Thailand or other places, they do have a Bhikkhu preceptor because that's just the way it was set up. But there's not a canonical basis for doing that. That's been done because somehow people thought that that was the right thing to do, and then they've been doing it. So there are those who have, like Ayasobana has both a bhikkhuni and a bhikkhu preceptor, because that's the way the ordination was set up at that time in Dambulla in Sri Lanka. Now in my case, I have only a bhikkhu preceptor because there weren't enough bhikkhunis present. So we had only ordination with Bhikkhu Sangha, although we went through all the things with the bhikkhunis who were there, but except for not having Bhikkhuni Sangha Karma, because of not having enough bhikkhunis present. One of them got sick. If you have an ordination, please always invite at least one extra. If 5 is the minimum number, please always invite 6. Because otherwise you might have an experience like me, and then everybody is gathered, is so important, should be on that day. And you have 200 Sangha members all there assembled together. And then one bhikkhuni came down with the flu so seriously that it's like she's lying down on the bathroom floor and can't move and can't come. And then you don't have a quorum for the ordination. And if you don't have a quorum and you do a Sangha karma, is it legitimate or not legitimate?
Not legitimate.
Not legitimate, yeah. For Sangha karma, there are a few things that are essential to be legal, and one of them is having a quorum of the Sangha for that, because it's members of the Sangha who are empowered by the Buddha, according to the tradition. And a quorum, you don't have to have the permission of the Pope, you don't have to have the permission of every single bhikkhu or bhikkhuni on the whole planet, but you do need to have a local quorum that's gathered together in person for Sangha Karma, except in the special case where there's chanda given. Still need a quorum, but somebody who's outside, who's not able to come, is able to do that chanda, but you still have to have a quorum for it to go ahead. And the only occasion where you can't be there in person, or where that quorum is not there in person, is what? Dutena Upasampada for the bhikkhunis, for the bhikkhu sangha, but you have to have your bhikkhuni sangha in person. You can't have your bhikkhuni sangha be away at a distance for the Dutena Upasampada ordination by messenger. That's only for the bhikkhu sangha. If there's some kind of dangers with regards to traveling, gathering. So, training rule on the sharing of out of season roll cloth, akala, chiwara, bhajana, sika, pada, sometimes called sika pada. What's sika pada?
Training.
Sika means training, yes. Sika pada. Seems kind of like that, yeah. Pada is used for foot, or for base, for platform. Sikapada means precept. In Pali, precept is sikapada. You can also say base of training or foundation of training. So then, robes here. Rainy season residence. The Lhasa was completed in a village monastery. A number of bhikkhunis were traveling to Savatthi. They were perfect in conduct and deportment, but poorly dressed, heavy robes. Oh, what's perfect in conduct and deportment? Vata Sampanna. Vata Sampanna, Iryapata Sampanna. But their robes here, it says, here, look at the word for the robes. My goodness. Look at Chiwara. Oh, familiar. Something familiar about that. And do chola. Do you know what chola is? Is it a familiar word? Chola. Chola. Like parikara cholang. Imam parikara cholang aditami. How many here have already determined all of those who became new bhikkhunis, already determined all of their cloth requisites appropriate? Done, now completed the process. How many?
More at the monastery, if it wasn't done.
Okay, so bhikkhunika chayana for all cloth requisites, including your bowl cover, and including your handkerchief, and including your socks, including your woolly cap, Oh. How about your towel?
My towel, yes.
Oh,
All the
sheet?
plastics.
Sheet?
The sheet is not mine, the sheet is broken.
Okay. All right. And how about Bhikkhuni Anuvedita?
Almost.
Almost. Oh, why? What? Because there's some cloth that's gone missing, or no?
No.
Oh,
No, I made all the things that we had here,
yes.
and then I think some ropes were or some cloth stuff were in the dirty cloth bag, and I didn't make them. And then but I'll do that.
Okay, yes, but they're not still in the dirty clothes bag,
No.
are they? Oh, okay, all right. Yes, please do. Yes, you should. Yes, how about Bhikkhuni Ivani?
I not make sock.
No socks. Oh, can you? Should you for your socks? Can you? I should you?
That sounds everything.
I think.
All your clothes, all your socks also. Oh, and does anyone have? Let's see. Also for Bhikkhuni Pramawara.
Actually, no, I've got some clothes here from before, and I'm looking through and maybe dyeing some of them, and I still have to determine them. Yeah.
Okay. Please do as soon as possible.
I will.
Even if it's you just make a stack of something. If you want to make a stack of something additional cloth requisites, then how do you do so?
I can call them Paricholani, and I can determine.
Parikara Cholani, yes. Imani.
Yeah. Imani, Parikara Cholani, Aditami.
Yes, so you could even take the stack of them and then say Imani Parikara Cholani Aditami. And then if you want to change that, something designated or not designated, then do you first designate or do you first undesignate if you want to change something?
Undesignate first, I am.
Yes, undesignate first. Yes.
Yeah. Imani, Parikarachalani, Pachudarami.
Pachudarami, yes, exactly. For the undetermining of something. And does anyone have any doubt about particular things, whether it's a cloth requisite or not? Whether it's not your five-piece robe set, it's something, but you're not sure if it should be determined as a cloth requisite or not. Anything?
I have a question. I'm not doing this obviously, but I have some little like plastic mesh bags that are kind of like a cloth made out of plastic. Would those have to be determined or not?
Yeah, this is the thing. Some things it's not clear, are they plastic or not? Or I mean, are they cloths or not? It seems like cloth, but made of plastic, and should it be determined or not? I think you can. If Bhikkhuni, you could, if you felt like it's being used like a cloth requisite. What about polyester? Oh, that's plastic, right? Yeah, it is cloth, I see. Okay, so then we recognize what is duchola then. Here, can you highlight duchola? Okay, duchola, that's green here. Chola, then we know what is chola?
Cloth.
Chola is cloth, exactly. And do we know what do means?
Is that like badly clothes or something?
Normally just do means bad. So even you have like dukkha and sukha, and then we're talking about the bad guys before, then also starts with do, and normally just do is often is used for bad. So just say it looks like literally like bad cloth, right? But here maybe it's saying poorly dressed. Seems like then Luca Chiwara has been translated as shabby robes. So that's interesting translation, but they were using Luca, some kind of Luca Chiwara. Then the Upasakas saw them and said, these bhikkhunis are perfect in conduct and deportment, but they're poorly dressed in shabby robes. They must have been robbed. Then they gave out of season. And here, what is out of season in Pali again? We saw that above, right? Akala chiwara means not in the right time. Doesn't mean timeless robes in this case. Akala we could think could mean like timeless robes, but
Kind of also that.
not timely or not at the right time. Hard for the robes to be timeless. So let's see, because they had done the robe making procedure, the Bhikkhuni Tulananda determined it as in season robe cloth and then shared it out. So what are they talking about here? Here it says Amhakam Katina. Katina Atatam. So we're talking about Katina. And Katina Atta is what? What does this word refer to? Are you familiar with the words? We'll study later about the spreading of the Katina. What's called the spreading of the Katina. We'll be learning about Katina later. And then it says Kala Chiwara right next to it. So then Kala Chiwara means then the robes are timely, right? So then they had, then it also mentions Adita, like Aditan. Adita Hitwa Hajapesi. So then they had determined and also distributed or shared out that robe cloth. Then Upasakas asked those bhikkhunis whether they had obtained any robe cloths. They replied that they hadn't. Namayang awuso. So they're calling awuso, just to note, they're calling this upasaka here, awuso means friend, but it's respectful also for junior bhikkhus. If a bhikkhu is junior to another bhikkhu, then normally they're using awuso. Awuso is actually has the same root as aya and ayasmanto. They all have the same root. So this is something respectful. The root actually means life, but it's used for respect. This is some old culture. So ayasmanto is also used among the bhikkhus. Aya is used among the bhikkhunis, also used to be used among the bhikkhus. Also, they all have the same root, life. Then namayang awuso chiwaranga bhama. No, we did not obtain any of those robes, friend. Then Aya Tulananda. So I just saw earlier on today, there was a debate going on, and some people didn't know whether Aya was ever used for bhikkhunis in the Pali Canon. And they're talking about use of Aya and Bante, and then someone was saying, Aya, what are these, they're using Aya these days? Aya was never used in the Pali Canon anywhere. Somebody said, I read that earlier on today. Then I have other affairs to attend to today, so I didn't reply anything. But I just thought, when I read the Pali Canon, I saw Aya appear a lot. I saw Aya appear in the Sutta Pitaka. I saw Aya appear in the Vinaya Pitaka, and I think they don't know what they're talking about. But you don't want to be rude to someone. What will you say if someone says like that? We don't I never appeared anywhere in the Pali Canon. Why are they using this? How will you reflect? Now you're seeing the Pali Canon for yourself. What will you say to them? Ahuso. Yeah, and we can try to say in Pali something like, your thinking does not obtain, similar to what we have up here. But not for a road, but your thinking.
Your thesis has been refuted.
Your
Go on,
thesis has
repeat
been
your thesis.
refuted. You see, it is actually there. In fact, we find we find the bhikkhus being referred to as Aya, and we regularly find just the Buddha being called Bhante in the Pali Canon. In fact, although sometimes people are calling bhikkhus Bhante as well. Yeah, but Bhante is short for the vocative of Padanta, and also it's very similar to, we have the form commonly used for bhikkhunis also Bhadha, Bhadha Kapilani, Bhadha Kundalakesi, Bhadha Kachana. Also, even that word can be used like venerable. It's very honorable, auspicious, and venerable as well. They have the same roots. Vedanta is used for who's like a master teacher. Not actually just now contemporarily, ordinarily, Bhante is used, but originally used for who is like the well-established, very knowledgeable, attained teacher. So then those, oh dear, the Upasaka then complained and criticized her. Oh no, how could Honorable Tulananda do that? Determining out of season robe cloth is in season and then share it out. Oh, sorry. Then other bhikkhunis, bhikkuniyo here, it says, heard the complaints of those lay followers, those upasakana. And then it says, this is like a stock phrase, which is why it has ... And then the bhikkhunis who were apicha, we encountered this before, then complained and criticized. How could Aya Tulananda take what is akala chira and treat it like it is kala chira? Untimely robe cloth, and then it's being treated as if it were in the right time or in the proper time. Adita hitwa bhaja esatiti, and have it distributed. They told the Buddha soon afterwards, the Sangha gathered and questioned the monks, is it true that here, how is Venerable Tulananda being referred to? Here we can see Tulananda Bhikkhuni. So someone was asking recently also, should Bhikkhuni be at the front of the name or in the back of the name? And so there was some discussion about this, often in the Thai tradition. The bhikkhu or bhikkhuni is put after the name, which we also find normally in the Pali text. But then from Sri Lankan traditions, often being put in the front, not in Sinhalese. In Sinhalese, it comes afterwards. But for some reason, Sinhalese into English then comes to be in the front. So we could say in Sinhalese, we could say, for your name, then Anuvedita. In Sinhalese, we could say Anuvedita Bhikkhuni Namansa. Means then I would translate into English, Venerable Bhikkhuni Anuvedita. But listen to the Sinhalese, Anuvedita Bhikkhuni Namansa. So it's coming afterwards, right? Also in the use there. But people say have doctor put in front of the name. You don't say the person's name and then doctor afterwards. You say doctor in front. What else do you put in front for other things? Even a king or a queen, then you put king or queen in front. Excuse me?
Most titles, Mr.
Not,
Professor.
not Elizabeth Queen, but Queen Elizabeth.
Sure.
Most titles get put in front in English. So I personally think that it's all right either way. It is a sidetrack, but it was brought up recently. And so I just wanted to show, then I had mentioned to the person who I was talking to, in the polytext, you normally actually find it afterwards. But we can see for using Aya, then it was used before. Then here, and then we see Bhikkhuni being put afterwards. So I just wanted to show that because the discussion came up, to show this is what we have in the polytext, but I do think it's reasonable to put it in the order of our contemporary usage is also fine. Then another way that this is approached also when you have teras and teries is to put like Venerable Bhikkhuni so-and-so Teri. We give an example of Ayasopana, say Venerable Bhikkhuni Sopana Teri, or Venerable Bhikkhuni Kusuma Mahateri. So there's this way of putting these two parts on either side, like this also. But in English, we do have the system of, like for a lawyer, you give their name and then put Esquire afterwards, and no? Can.
It's a Latin abbreviation of some sort, like MD or JD or.
Oh,
PhD.
is that only for a Latin abbreviation?
Mostly.
I see, I didn't realize that. That's
Or, I mean,
interesting.
it's up like
degrees.
Yeah, degrees.
For degrees,
But titles go first.
titles go first and
So
degrees. go
Professor
after.
so-and-so, PhD.
Yes, so in English, that's a great example that I wanted to come to. There's a way also that it can be in front and behind. So we have these. Anyway, because there was a question about it, I mentioned it. So asking, is it true that this was done? And the reply is Satcham Bhagava. Sometimes translated as yes, Lord. It's true. Satcha. What's Satcha? Truth. Satcham Bhagava. It's true, Bhagava. And the Buddha criticized, oh, how could she do that? And then we find here, this is also, we find the P-E, ... and then this is stock phrase that we studied in the very beginning about the 10 reasons for setting forth the precepts. And this has been abbreviated here. So we find these added on to every precept, but we often only find number 1 showing. It's good for us to know the whole, all 10. So I appreciate Venerable Anuvedita mentioning about that. We reviewed the 10 earlier on. So then it's set forth, if a bhikkhuni determines out of season robe cloth is in season and then shares it out, she commits an offense entailing relinquishment and confession. Yapana bhikkhuni akala chivaram kala chivaranti adikahitva bhajapeya nisagyan pachityanti. So, yes.
If she has already shared it out, does she no longer has it to relinquish it?
Oh, what you're right. Thank you. You have such a good logical mind about this. Thank you. I love studying together. Sometimes, I don't think about these things, and then someone else brings up all these good questions like this. What about that? Yeah. So then, who is this? It seems like it's talking about an official of the Sangha. And according to the way these things are set up, then there is someone who is made in charge. If there's a larger amount or even smaller amount of robe cloth that's given to the Sangha, then the distribution of that is normally by appointment. Someone is then appointed that's put into their care as they become a Sangha officer or a Sangha in charge, who is then charged by the Sangha with the proper sharing out and distribution of that cloth or of those robes. Yeah. And so in this case, it's talking about what it's saying here is the Katina Katina was already complete. And even we'll study more about this later, but there's Katina, and then the Sangha can determine the robe season can be up to the Katina season plus how long? How long is it possible for there to be the robe season? Maximum.
Something like another 3 months.
And then with the cutting after the chips.
So yes, it's true. During that time, if the Katina has been spread, Katina Tara, if the Katina has been spread, then the Sangha can then allow for there to be robe season afterwards for up to what's traditionally the winter period, even up to the extent of that winter period. Or the Sangha can decide to end it earlier. But there are certain privileges. If the Katina has been spread, then there are privileges that come to all those who have been involved in the spreading of the Katina, which last through the time of the robe season. And if a Sangha wants to allow that entire period of time for the making of robes and those privileges, it can. Or if it decides to end that earlier, even directly after the Katina is spread, the Sangha is empowered to decide to end that earlier as soon as the Sangha wishes. So yes, please.
We're planning to have a whole
We
session
are.
on Kautina next week.
Yes.
We
We can save something for that.
Well, what are the things that are important to talk about today? For shared ownership, designating robes who are in charge. These are our topics for today.
All my psychological.
Right.
Okay, so this is just your appetizer for coming up in further study, and we can go down further and see what else is here.
So, I mean, this was sort of just getting through for any robe related
Yes,
precepts,
please,
but
yes.
is there
And
a,
there's also swapping robes,
yeah,
in
like,
exchange. A bhikkhuni who takes a robe back given in exchange to another bhikkhuni must relinquish the robe and confess the offense. So that's if, who has this now in your Bhikkhuni Patimokkha 4th edition? Can you check this there, what it says?
should any bhikkhuni having exchanged robe cloth with another bhikkhuni later say to her, "Here, venerable, this is your robe cloth. Bring me that robe cloth of mine. What was yours is still yours. What was mine is still mine."
So having exchanged, then she changes her mind afterwards.
Bring
And
me
then
that
she
one of
says,
mine. Take yours back.
Give me back that robe that I gave to you, and here, take back what?
then
Take back
snatch
this
it
one.
back.
And then
Or
snatch
have
it.
it snatched back.
Yes, so either doing that, either taking it back herself or getting someone else to do it for her.
They could agree to exchange if they want.
They can agree to exchange,
This is the
absolutely.
case where they're going to agree.
But this is an important point to bring up now for the things, all the robes that you have received or that you have now. So then the question is it allowable for you to exchange with another bhikkhuni? Can you exchange with a samaneri? Could you exchange with a bhikkhu or a samanera or a sikamana? Is it allowable for you to do that, or must you just keep what was given to you and just use that?
I think you can share and change.
Allowed to share and change, yes. If you wanted to share and change, what would you do? It's already, you determined it yourself. Yeah.
Determine it? No,
Undetermined. In Pali, what's undetermined? Pachudharana. Exactly. Yes. Thank you. So you would undetermine it, and then you, after undetermining it, then you can give it away. So then also when I have Hamawara came, then I wondered if some robes that I had might be suitable for her to use during the time before the set of robes that I knew was planned to be offered, before that was offered. And then when I found out something was suitable, then I undetermined it, then I gave it to her. Yes? I undetermined, yeah. Then I was happy about that. I was happy and glad that it worked out like that. And then a couple of those pieces of ropes then she didn't bring with her, and then they've come back again. And then if I want to keep them again, then what should I do? If I wanted, huh? Yes, and what's that called, determining? Adhitana, yes. I determined, adhitami, adhitana. It's the process then to determine. But if I had undetermined and give them to her, and then I felt regretful, and then she's staying in quarantine in the yurt, and then I looked out for when she left the yurt, and then I went in and I snatched them back. Or I said to my upataka, snatch back those robes on my behalf. Then what would happen?
The Upatak do it.
I don't know.
I might find that request.
This is the thing, yes. If your senior tells you to do something that you think is immoral, should you necessarily do it because they told you to? No, this is an important question to contemplate, yes. So in case I were to go and snatch them back, or get my upatak to go snatch them back on my behalf, or then she's like, no, I'm not going to give them back. And I say, Bante, go and stand up big. And then, like, give back those robes.
Then I would point to you.
Ayati, have you considered about what's the name of the precept here inside Vikuni Patimokkha tradition? What do we have for the name then?
Exchanging a robe.
Not in Pali. What does it say in Pali?
Jivara
Parivartana.
So that's what it says in Vikuni Patimokkha 4th edition? Jivara Parivatana. Jivara is what? Robe. Parivatana is then Parivatana is changing. Parivarta is Parivarta. Parivarta. Swapping, exchanging. So yes, if I were to do that, then Nitagya Pachitya means I should then what? I should not only confess it, but yes, right. So need to give it up as well as confess it. Okay, let's look further. You know, I had it happen before that I gave away in a moment of compassion. I gave away something and then I exchanged with someone else. And then I found out what I had exchanged it for actually did not work for me. Oh, then I went to the other bhikkhuni and I said, I found out actually it doesn't work for me. Can we consider to trade back? She said, no, this robe is good for me. I don't want to change back. That other one wasn't good for me either. And you already exchanged it. And it's true, I already exchanged it. Even I asked her a second time later on because it was like really not working for me. But she also agreed to do that. And in that case, I exchanged it. I did exchange it. I undetermined that robe and I gave it to her. She determined it's hers. It's not mine anymore. Yeah. So then what should one do at that time under such a circumstance? I should call Bante or my upataka. My upataka. Can you please talk to that bhikkhuni? Or when you see that robe on the line. No. Okay, and and then more about robes here.
There's quite a lot about exchanging general requisites,
Yes.
not robe specific, which, but could.
Other,
include
hold on,
robes.
hold on, what are requisites then here? What are they called? Oh, we can't see here. We have to look at our Bhikkhuni Patimokkha or click on the link.
On the link.
Yes. What are our requisites here?
Parikarayana.
Personal requisite. Here's being called parikara. Now, for our Sri Lankan friends, it happens quite often that they want to know if there's some kind of pirikara that they can offer. It's often spelled then in Sri Lankan English form, like Pirikara. Pirikara. And then also in Thailand, and people talk about offering borikan. Borikan. It's pronounced like borikan. What's pirikara? Or what's borikan? Are these the same things, different things? What are these things?
Just requisites.
Parikara, requisites.
Pirikara, true. Sinhalese pronunciations, pirikara. And people are asking then, when they're asking about pirikara, Pirikara, offering pirikara, is there any pirikara that they can offer? They say they want to offer pirikara, then this is what talking about here means. They want to offer requisites. And then also in Thai, you have people wanting to offer sangadana or wanting to offer some kind of borikan. Sounds like borikan, even sometimes spelled in English like Borikan or something like that. Then also, this is just Thai pronunciation of the same thing, parikara, requisites. Okay, we can go on further. Just good things to know, these particular words. Whoa, you're going so fast. Yes.
To remember.
Okay, heavy cloaks. This looks good. How about heavy cloaks? And then Bhikkhuni asked for an expensive, heavy outer robe. What's the outer robe here? Can we see in our, anyone able to follow? Hold on. Go back a moment. Is anyone able to follow here where we are in Bhikkhuni Patimokkha?
Heavy cloth.
Look here, then it says, this is Pali, Theravada, Bhikkhuni, Vibhanga, Nisagya Pachitya, 11. Huh? Garupa Varana. Garu is for heavy. Garu is also used for respect. So it means heavy or weighty, and also used for respect. Even the word guru has the same root. So basically it's meaning respect. You know, guru or Garu Dhammas, sometimes translated as Dhammas of respect, or sometimes, as we were talking about Sanghadisesas earlier, then meaning weighty precepts. Precepts in the weighty category. Has anyone been able to find it? So this is asking. So let's open this up to the Vikramani. And then Kananda is here again. The weather was cold. King Hasanavi. Huh? She was a learned reciter. Shall we see what a learned reciter is? Inna samayana putho bhagava savatya mudharati manayana tapindikasa arame hina kopana samayana tulananda bhikkhuni bahu sutta. Can also say widely learned. Bahu Sutta, who is Bahu, many or widely, Sutta, she had heard much, but it's used for learned or well-studied. Bahu Sutta Hoti Panika. What's Panika? This is something also among the Sri Lankan monks. You can hear a lot about Pana. Pana. People are using Pana commonly in Buddhism, even using it in English. And people want to invite having a Pana.
Angela had a birthday bana the other day.
Achala had a birthday Bana the other day, exactly. They invited her down to have birthday Bana. What was that? So she came and she offered lunch dana and groceries, and then I invited her down to our canopy down below, and then asked her if she would like to hear some teaching of the Buddha's discourse for her birthday on a particular Dhamma topic in this birthday Bana. So among our Sri Lankan monks, then Bana, very, very common. Bana means to give a talk. Whether it's to speak a discourse of the Buddha or to give a Dhamma talk, that Bana. So here people mention about Bana very commonly in Sri Lankan Theravada Buddhism. Very common things, just as commonly as we hear talk about Dhamma talks, giving a Dhamma talk. Bana. So it says then that this is one of the kind of peculiar and interesting things about her character in the Pali text, is she gets into trouble so much, but she actually had really amazing abilities. She had heard a lot of teachings and she had good speaking ability. So then it says also we can see Dhammakata. Then we talk about also Anumodhana Dhammakata. So sometime, some of you might have even heard me invite Ayasobana to give Anumodhana Dhammakata. What's that?
Dhamma talk.
Yes, but it's a special kind of Dhamma talk, and it's one that's given at a special time. Anumodhana Dhammakata. As Anumodhana, the time of Anumodhana, which means when someone has done something generous and kind, then to give a Dhamma reflection, Dhammakata, to give a Dhamma reflection out of appreciation, with appreciation, celebrating, rejoicing in the benefits, goodness of being generous, being kind, doing things that are helpful on a timely basis. But it doesn't have to mean only like material dana. There can also be Anumodhana Dhammakata given about someone's Dhammadat. Someone gave a great Dhamma talk, and someone else says Anumodhana Dhammakata, then they're appreciating and rejoicing in that Dhamma talk. Even sometimes, like Thai forest traditions, we'll ask Aya Brahmavada. So if someone gives a talk at Amaravati, they give a Dhamma talk, it's a scheduled formal Dhamma talk, then what does the Sangha recite after that? Someone from the Sangha will, in Pali, they will say something in Pali and then the whole Sangha will recite something. Can you give us the example of that?
Ham Dhamayam Dhammakataya Sadhu Karam Dharamase.
And then
everyone
everyone
says,
would go, Sadhu,
Sadhu, Sadhu, Amen.
Yes. So Handamayam, let us give Anumodana for this Dhammakatayo, this Dhamma talk that's been given. And they're just saying, everyone, all together, let's say Anumodana for this Dhamma talk that's been shared. So these traditions are there. So that's just saying sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Anumodami is a very short form of then Anumodana Dhammakata, that means you say a little bit more than that in speech. It doesn't have to be much more, or it can be quite long. We have in the Pali text in the Buddha, example of the Buddha also. After there's been some kind of dana, then the Buddha himself giving some kind of Anumodana Dhammakata, or assigning someone else to do so. In fact, according to the procedures of the early Sangha, when there's dana offered, always someone should be assigned. And for Amaravati in this case, even just for this part, one of the monastics has been assigned. They know who they are, I think. They have been assigned to then invite the Sangha to together say sadhu, 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 anumodana, at the conclusion of another monastic, not the same monastic, but the Dhamma teacher, whoever was the assigned Dhamma teacher, is given the talk, then someone else has been assigned to invite the Sangha, just that much even, to just say sadhu, 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 anumodana together. So how are they assigned? How do they know who is supposed to do that?
It's usually it's the one who's the next in line to the one who gives the talk, the next one down the line.
Thank you very much. So we're learning something good here. So this is old procedure of the Sangha that we even find reference to in the text. That is, if someone is offering dana to the Sangha, or even to a group, might be a group smaller than the Sangha even, but especially if they're offering some kind of dana, which can be Dhamma dana, or can be Amisa dana, means food dana, or it can be Parikara dana, Jivara dana. What else? Besaja dana. What's Besaja dana?
Medicines.
Offering of medicines, yes. Jivara dana. Offering of robes. Amisa dana. Food. Amisadana. Normally that's used for the main meal offering. Also, Sri Lankan culture, then if they're offering something additional in the morning that we would call breakfast, then there's a different word for that. It's not considered meal dana. It's something like we say just breakfast, which is just breaking fast, not the meal, right? Not supper or.
But all seem very excited to offer that on Katina.
Yes, so they are hoping to offer, and that's called heel dana in Sinhala. We would say breakfast dana, but it's not called meal dana. It's called, it has its own name. Amisa dana is meal dana. Yes, and then let's see. How about just offering of requisites? What's that called? What kind of dana? Parikara dana. Yes. And what else? How about offering of lodgings? Yes, so you can also think about this chanting that we have. It's Patisankha Yoniso Jivaram, or Patisankha Yoniso Pindapatan, Patisankha Yoniso Senasanam. Yes, so Senasanam and lodgings dana. Okay, so then King Pasenadi of Kosala went to, here just says Tulananda, but in the Pali text it says Tulananda Bhikkhuni, Upasankamitva Tulananda Bhikkhuni, Abhivadetva. And here, look at this, the king has bowed down, Abhivadana. Ekamantam Nisiti, is then politely sat down to the side. Ekamantam is at one side. Nisiti, sat down. So sometimes then also, if we go back to our earlier topic, then the people being like afraid to bow down before the Arahant Bhikkhuni statues, but we can see in the Pali text, the great king is bowing down even to the Bhikkhuni teacher who is not even an Arahant. Just to speak to what kind of culture is being represented here, but she had memorized quite a lot of the Buddha's teaching, and was good at speaking it. So she wasn't an arahanta, but she was good at memorization. She had heard a lot, and she was she was talented in speaking. She was a talented orator. Then again, it says just Tulananda there, but in the Pali text says Tulananda Bhikkhuni. Then gave the Dhamma Kata. And these words are all like inspired and gladdened and pleased. And then he said, here, look again. What's he calling her here? Aya. So anyone who says there's no aya in the Pali text, then you can show them that they could read on Sutta Central, bilingual, they can see, venerable here. Then he's asking her, what do you need? And this is still very common. People give a Dhamma talk and then someone, even we go to teach at popular Western place like Spirit Rock and then give a Dhamma talk there. And then afterwards there'll be the people who are so happy and then they come and they're like, what do you need? Do you need anything? Can I offer anything? Then the king gave her his cloak. Got up from his seat, bowed down, circumambulated her with his right side towards her. Wow. So, such amazing formal respect. Abhivadetva patakina. Like people do that for the stupa, circumambulating with their right side, going around. So he bowed down and then circumambulated her. Wow, my goodness. So this is like really high level, great respect. But then people complained and criticized. Oh dear, how can they ask the king for it? Did she ask him for his woolen cloak?
Yes.
Yes, she did. Give me this woolen cloak.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, well, so here's a question that comes up, because when can we ask people for things, and what if they invite us? What if they give us an invitation? What's an invitation called? If someone gives an invitation to you, they say, please let me know what you need, or I want to offer you medicines during the whole time, or I want to offer the Sangha medicines during the whole time of the Vasa. Please let me know what you need. What's that called?
It's a pavarana.
Pavarana, yes. So pavarana is an invitation. So pavarana is given. But if someone gives pavarana, sometimes people aren't clear about what they're offering, and sometimes they're not clear about for how long. So they say general things like, just let me know if you need something. Then you need a ticket to go to Germany for you and your companion. Costs only about 2,000. So they said, let me know if you need something. Is it okay to ask for that? How to find out what they're thinking about. And this is a very important mind to develop, and then skill to develop in our monastic life. How to be really like conscientious and respectful with regards to finding out what people are offering, and even like to check back and find out how much or how long they're offering, and to never be assuming more or trying to make it be more than what they're offering. Yes. Even also then in the monastic life circumstances, if one monastic is a disciple of another monastic, they're under Nisaya with another monastic, then supposing then some other bhikkhuni comes and someone here were to be under Nisaya, say with me, they have the Nisaya time, then another bhikkhuni comes and says, can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? Can you offer me this service? Can you offer me that service? Is it okay for them to do that? If you're an anagarika, or you're a seminary, or you're a new bhikkhuni, then they're asking you to do these things. Is it all right? for them to ask you if you haven't given them an invitation.
Ask your permission first.
This is the thing, this is a different section in Vinaya. It's good to study, like looking at what are the duties between teacher and preceptor, and also when you're under Nisaya with the teacher, or even in the case of Upasampada with both your preceptor and your teacher, then actually there's that aspect of that relationship that then goes on for your entire life. Whenever you're in the presence of that teacher or preceptor. And so it's good to study about this part. And so yes, it's good then to check in. Even it's polite for them to check in. If they know this is the disciple of a different teacher, but they are hoping for something, but absolutely then you yourself should check in if it's all right to do that or not. Yes. So we have for our core one, certain things that are agreed upon together that we care for, like community services agreed upon together. But then for things that are outside of that, then we're not supposed to be asking someone else's disciple to be helping us or serving us or this kind of thing. And polite to check in with them if we did wish for that. And if anyone asks you, then it's good to also it's not only good to, you should check in with your teacher, check in with your preceptor about that and get their blessing. But also if you don't want to do that, anyway, it's good to check in with your teacher or your preceptor. And if your teacher or your preceptor gives their blessings, if it's not something immoral and it's within your capabilities to do it, then maybe all right to do that. So we have for our korowat, that like if any bhikkhu or bhikkhuni comes who has more than 10 vasas, then at the time of the meal, then to care for their bowl. This is something that we do, that we offer, and then we give the responsibility who will care for whose bowl. This is something I had been wanting to mention also with regards to the teacher or preceptor. Then normally it's not just haphazard, but like who is looking out for them, maybe decided today on this day who is looking out for, and then if that person needs to go do something else, then who is second, and asking someone else to also be watching, looking out for, to be available like that. So creating it's like the assignment, like that, who is looking out for who, not only haphazardly, and kind of like everybody is scanning and this kind of thing, but like assigning who's going to do that on which day. I have Kamawada, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At Amravati, we'd have a rota for the upataks, and it would be sort of everyone would have a go. So all the juniors would have a chance to upatak all the seniors, taking turns, but it was all very organized and like a sort of schedule. Not always, it didn't always work out, but usually like that, we'd try. Yeah.
Then also when I went to visit the Bhavana Society a few years back, then also at that time, then they asked me about this, because being a bhikkhuni then for more than 10 years, then the Bhavana Society protocol was also any bhikkhus or bhikkhunis who were there for more than 10 years of seniority, then they would arrange for the upatak. So then they someone very politely then came to me and asked me, said, this is what we do, this is what we offer here according to our monastery, and may someone offer this for you while you're here. So they asked that beforehand, before the meal time. Then they asked that politely, and then someone also then who had been organized to do that, they let me know, and then they politely came and asked me then at the completion of the meal as well about that. So they did that really beautifully and gracefully and honorably. I really appreciated that there. Would you like to say anything about that training at the Pavana Society?
I think that was well before I got there.
Had been abandoned by then, is that what you're saying?
No, it's just in terms of like the bowls, it's just like whoever runs after the senior monastic, it gets the bowl first. And like when the Sri Lankan swim for the Dana, there's like 5 or 6 people that try to get Bhante Ji's bowl.
I see.
So, whoever, basically, it's just, you know, it was never something that was explicitly told to me. It was just something I observed, and then I thought, this is pretty cool.
The culture may evolve over time. So I'll just say that time that happened, at that time, then just very recently, the Bhavana Society had invited a monk from Thailand, I think, from the Thai forest traditions of Ajahn Chah to come and teach Korwat there for, I think, for a whole year.
Yes, I heard of
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And so then that training had happened really recently at the time that I was there. So I think that might have been like freshly established at that time. I just want to admire, at that time they did that so really beautifully and gracefully and conscientiously. And then also during that time, then I had come with just my robes that I was wearing. And then Venerable Bhikkhu Kemaratana was there at that time, and then he was store in charge, and then he checked in actually like for washing. Then he was letting me know about the robe store and let me know that they have these robes that he had organized it so beautifully. Wow, it was just extremely beautifully organized at that time. I was so in admiration. And then asked me, you know, if you need to wash your robe, then we have this section of robes that are here for available for the monastics to be able to use during the washing time. If you hang your things on the line, it may take them a while to dry and like that. And so then I got a borrowed robe, just borrowed from the robe store to use then during the time of washing my robes. And then also he noticed that my shirt at that time, my shirt was ducho. My shirt was ratty. Much patched. I didn't mind about that, but then he and some of the other monks actually for learning then had sewed a bunch of kind of like Amravati style shirts. And so that then there were a whole bunch of them they had been practicing sewing and then put into the store with clothes that had been offered. And then he noticed my ratty shirt and then said, you know, we were sewing these shirts, and if it could be useful for you, Venerable, then we would like to, if one of these fits you, we would like to give you this shirt. And in fact, one of them fit me, and I used that for years afterwards. In fact, it's still there, pieces of it are still there in my little rag bag. Not only did I use it for years, and it's going to be used as patches for for other things. But I so much appreciated it. I really felt like this is the beauty and like gracefulness and honorable, conscientious, caring ways of treating the Sangha. So I remember that visit at that time, and it really, I mean, how many things have occurred in so many years in so many places, but I remember this is a beautiful, shining example of like the good way to care for these things. So blessings to Bhante Kemaratana wherever he is, thinking of him kindly and with appreciation at this time, and for that good training. Let's come back here then. Then people are complaining and criticizing. How can they ask the king for his woolen cloak? Now at that time, wool was one of the important of different types of materials. Wool was an important one for warmth, and then there were different grades of wool, as there still are. So with regards to the things that were considered the fine cloth, and then asking for things that are fine cloth or weighty cloth, then how heavy the cloth was for the winter cloth, all these things were important. So then asking for something it appears in our precepts, asking for the things that are especially fine or especially rich, especially heavy, if we ask for them for ourselves, then this is meant to protect this. And then how could, let's go down, people criticized, and then how could Tulananda Bhikkhuni ask the king for his woolen cloak? And then we get the precept. If a bhikkhuni carries out an exchange to get a heavy cloak, then we get some kind of amounts of money that we don't know precisely what they are. What does it say in our Bhikkhuni Patimokkha 4th edition? Here it says at most 4 kamsa.
4 bronzes. It doesn't say exchange though, it says asking for.
Yeah, this is interesting. Karupa. Bhikkhuni Cheta Pindia Chatu Kamsa, Majlis Chatu Kamsa Paramam Cheta Petapam. Tatoche Putari Cheta Peya Isagyan Pachitya.
In the story, she's also not exchanging. or
No
she's
exchange in the
exchanging
story.
dharma.
That's odd. What does it say there?
And she asks,
Mhm,
she's asking for heavy cloth,
Mhm.
worth 4 bronzes, it must maybe ask for.
mhm. Chitta Petavam. If she should express her wish for that. Yeah. Chatu kamsas, 4 bronzes, then there are 4 kamsas. Chitta Pendia. Interesting. Okay, so we can go on more things that here. What if you don't ask for something? Fine, but then they give it to you. Should you say no? This is fine. This is really good wool. We shouldn't accept this. We should accept.
Oh, you can accept.
You can accept. How about others thought about this? Can or should accept? Is it can or should?
Mm,
Can. Are you ever
Can.
required to accept anything?
no.
Not required to. That's right. So you can. Okay. Let's go down further. That's talking about cold weather cloaks. It's just distinguishing there what kind of things that said in Pali, the heavy ones. What's used in the Sitakala, cool time. And let's go down further. You might see Sita more often than the suttas referring to a cool mind. When the kind of burning of afflictions then is cooled, and you feel fresh and clean and clear, then this is also Sita is used for that. So then it says what to do here. It is to be relinquished and confessed. So these precepts, I would just say, I would like to mention I think they're generally for teaching and for prevention. Has anyone noticed if you have cloth, has anyone studied this in detail? Then if you did receive some cloth and then you relinquish it and confess it, then what happens after that? Anyone studied about that? Yes? What happens after that?
Give it back.
Huh?
You give it back? Well, there's something, it's not like the money has to be disposed of.
Right. Many of the things like the cloth things, then once it's been confessed and relinquished, then normally it's given back to the person.
It's like the whole trade thing.
Well, there is the bowl trade thing, and that's not so for money. The money is to be disposed of.
So that the person you relinquish it to is the option of giving it back to you, or they're.
Actually, when we look at what it says supposed to be done, then they're actually supposed to give it back. So really, we think these things are meant to be preventative, and then having to confess it, if you have done that, is the thing that, like the conscientious one should not be doing those things if possible. So I know for myself, when I found out about that, I thought that that was quite odd. That then you could get it back afterwards. I thought if you have to confess it and relinquish it, then but then who does it belong to? It comes to belong to the person you confess to, or it comes to belong to the monastic store, or
And the store's in charge has this cloak that belong to the king of it.
oh, right, right. Yeah, the king himself did give it.
Push it to the Sangha. The Sangha should give.
Yes.
Give this back to you.
Sangaston.
Goes to the Sangha, and then the Sangha should give.
Yeah.
Give back. And give it back to you.
Yes. Ayaya dami. This word for English is kind of funny. I've heard chuckles about this before, but dami means what? What does dami mean? I give. Dami means I give. I just mentioned it because I heard before in past years, maybe we have a different sense of humor, but there were those who found this language quite funny for some reason. They were pronouncing it differently. But we have different sense of humor. I give, it means I give. Dami.
On 6 p.m.
Yes, thank you. I was thinking about that likewise.
So like turn the light on.
Yeah, and perhaps to, I think if we can come to the end, just review briefly over Sankati Sesas, not to read go over everything. I'm sorry, I mean, his idea of Fetchtia, thank you. Not Sankati Sesas. Thank you for turning the lights on. You can, yes, please do. Yeah, yeah. I will also have it ready here. No, I have, yes, I think that's very kind of you. So just a survey then, hold on. Just brief overview then of things related to robes that we're finding in this section about. Already we're looking at heavy cloaks or heavy winter robes, and then you have light. So also for the hot season, you have the super light, so expensive ones.
So do we have a sense of how much this is in modern money?
This would be something that Ajahn Pietro has done wonderful calculations about. I would highly recommend checking, and you could see whether, I'm not sure, I didn't mark whether Venerable Jnana Tusita also did great contemporary calculations, but this has been a strong point of Ajahn Pietro to really try to figure out what these things are in our contemporary standards. Robe making season, things we can go over then also with regards to Katina. when you can get extra cloth, how much you can keep it in the robe making season outside. That's staying apart from our robes. And then a bhikkhuni who stays apart from any of her 5 robes for more than one day.
Regarding to the staying away from the ropes, what is that with the rope seam or?
Yes, so some monasteries establish sima, but often along the same boundary as the Samana Samvasa Sima. Another boundary called the Tichiwarena Avipapasa Sima. And you can find this in your Bhikkhuni Patimokkha 4th edition also. Then briefly it talks about how to establish or unestablished simas and the order and different kinds of simas. So Samana Samvasa Sima, when we talked about it before, what's that? Samana Samvasa Sima. Samana Samvasa Sima is actually not necessarily the Sima for the Vasa. You can decide, or if a monastery has a Samana Samvasa Sima, you can, or the Sangha can decide that will be the boundary for the Vasa. Can be. I actually, for the boundary that I chose for my Vasa, it's not completely coinciding with the Samana Samvasa Sima here. The Samana Samvasa Sima here is the boundary of the land that was given specifically for Aranyabodhi hermitage. And the boundary of land given specifically for Aranyabodhi hermitage here is from the ridge of Little Black Mountain here, going all the way down to its end, up to the ridge, and then the road going down, and then the creek then connects down to the ridge. So it's kind of like a triangle. So there's the creek, the ridge, and then the road. So the area where the stupa is outside of that. That's actually a shared area, agreed upon to be like a commons area for our hermitage and for Dharma Creek as like shared sacred space, and even for our neighbor John McGovern also, and his children. Like we can all go into that area together, which actually includes partly his property and partly John McGovern's property. It's there in the saddle area, what we're allowed to use together. So that's a friendly agreement of shared use. Then where Bhante is camping is outside of also it's the other side of the stupa, outside of the Samana Samvasa Sima for Aranyabodhi, part of the Dharma Creek. Part of this forest preserve, but it's not part of the, the Aranyabodhi hermitage, Samana Samvasa Sima. So Samana Samvasa Sima, Samana Samvasa means the boundary of shared communion, Samana Samvasa. Often translated, how's it translated there?
The shared communion boundary.
Shared communion boundary, Samana Samvasa Sima. And then the Tichivarena Avipapasa Sima. Or can you click that one there? I'm just curious to see, because this has been an interesting topic of discussion.
Translations, I think that's because it's a sadhana. And it will be found in the Bhikkhu
Right.
Vibhanga.
So, but it says 5.
It says what?
It says 5.
It
Can we
does.
look in our Bhikkhuni
I can go
Patimokkha?
to the Bhikkhuni.
Because
I can go to
bhikkhus
Bhikkhu
have
Vibhanga.
3. So then this is an interesting, this has come up for discussion before, because some manuscript here says 5 in this place in Patimokkha manuscript, whereas it is a Sadharana precept which says 3. So it has, this is the storehouse Dutiya Katina Sika Pada, the second Katina precept on the storehouse. And can you go down if a bhikkhu stays apart from his 3 robes, even for a single day, he commits an offense in relinquishment and confession.
This is the, do you want the final ruling?
Well, yes, thank you.
I'm gonna go down to the final one.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go.
Here we go. So conveniently labeled in English. But when his robe is finished and the robe making season has ended, these are the important things then. It mentions the Katina season is then, his Katina has been made and completed. Then here it says Tichiwarena Vipavasaya. Avipavasa and Vipavasa are opposites. To be away from or not to be away from. So Tichiwarena, and here in our, yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Let's find out from Bhikkhuni Tisarani, what does it say in our Bhikkhuni Patimokkha here? Does it say Pancha Chivarena Vipavasaya, or does it say Tichivarena Vipavasaya? In past years, we had some debate about this, whether the bhikkhunis should be keeping this for the 5 robes or should be keeping this for just the 3 robes. So if we're away from our Sankachika, or if we're away from our Udaka Satika overnight, is it okay? Is it only our 3 robes or 5 robes?
Wie das bei uns heißt, dieses Preset, dieses von den Roben getrennt sein. Das ist auch weiter in der Schule. Das Pali oder das Englisch, genau.
In Pali, what does it say?
Tichivarena.
Does Tichivarena? 3. Yeah. Huh?
Like Tisarani.
Like Tisarani, exactly. Tichivarena. Well, that's because it's a shared precept. And I just want to acknowledge some of the Patimokkha texts have, some of them, Panchativara here in this place. And that kind of makes sense because of the bhikkhunis then having the Panchativara. But it does in fact, in this text here, Tichivara. So we find some variety in this regard. We had debate about what our core watch should be in this regard. And I believe that we actually decided, I'm not sure my memory is correct for this right now, but I believe that we decided to go with the Tichivarena for this. Tichivarena, yes. But just because there are the texts that have Panchachivara also as well, and it does make sense. That could be so, but it is a sadharana precept, which means that this is Bhikkhu's precept originally and then shared with the Bhikkhunis. How about in the German Bhikkhuni Vibhanga text here? What does it say, 5 or 3?
Yeah, I have not Pali, only German.
That's okay, only German is fine. Should probably will say 3 or 5.
I don't know what the invention means. As there is.
Misaki Vegetarian 14.
Yes. But the
Bist du bei
number
den
is not
Bhikkhus?
same Bhikkhuni.
Bhikkhuni, dann ist es da nicht drin.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not there.
Not,
It's only the Bhikkhuni Vibhanga is not.
yes.
I see, yeah, so it's not
It
there.
must be there, but strangely, the rules not fit completely
Not completely.
to the rules in here.
Really?
Yes, but it is possible because somebody told that the translation is not that good. So
heard
Aber
that.
das ist nur ein Bhikkhuni.
ja, aber das ist
Trotzdem.
das müsste drinnen sein.
Genau, also bei den Mönchen ist es die 2.
So before we take a break, I'd like to let you know about another resource And that is Professor Dr. Utta Huskin.
Yes.
Then she did her PhD dissertation long ago, then on Bhikkhuni Vibhanga, together with commentaries and sub-commentaries, originally in German. Now for several years, the English translation has been under preparation, and she's inviting comments on that, if anyone would like to read and join in the commenting process. But she has done so nicely in, with regards to looking then and mentioning what's there from the polytext commentary and sub-commentary. No comparative study, but just from the polytext tradition. So if anyone wished to have that, do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
You have it, okay. And I don't know if you'd like to join in the commenting process or not, but she was looking for commentators with regards to the, her work, her original work, because some things she learned further after that, and if it's republished, then she wants to incorporate new learning. And then also for the English translation. Do you have a copy of it? Oh, maybe we can share with you. I'll check with her if it's possible to share. Do you have that also?
Not yet.
Not yet? Uh-huh. Okay. So I think that could be a great resource, and I want to highlight with regards to that work. With regards to that work, I want to highlight that she has generally followed the traditional pattern of reading the canonical text via the commentary and sub-commentary. Which means that, and that's what the way that many monks learn. Most of the Burmese monks, most of the Sri Lankan monks learn the canonical text via the commentary or often sub-commentary. It means the sub-commentary says how to read this. And that's the way that they learn it. It's because of how it says, because of its interpretation. Yeah. And then we find some things that sometimes additional to the canonical text, or sometimes might even be something different than what we might think is proper for the Buddhist teaching occasionally. Not always, but occasionally we find these things like that. So just to give a heads up in this regard, that she has, because of reading the commentary and sub-commentary, to know what the canonical text means, then the canonical text has been translated in light of commentary and sub-commentary. Just to give you the heads up about that, so you know the process, because I think that it can be useful. I myself was advised by a number of teachers younger in my monastic life. They were suggesting, if possible, read the canonical text first. Try to read that faithfully, and then only later on look at the commentary and sub-commentary, so that you're able to discern and able to distinguish. Because otherwise, it's like if you use a particular pair of glasses tinted green to look at something, then you learn to look at it like that, and your views and ideas about it all come through like that, right? So just to recognize also, before we're too quick to blame or to judge, for many of the monks who have studied in this way, that is, they learned it through a particular sub-commentarial tradition, especially Burmese. Also many of the Sri Lankan monks in their Hirayana studies. So just know that they learned it like that, whereas probably as a Westerner, as an English speaker, you have access to the canonical text. You may not even have any access unless you know Pali. You don't even have access to the commentary or sub-commentary, and so your ideas are being informed directly from the text without being mediated, originally and subsequently mediated by the commentary or commentary. So just to, in a way, with humility, with compassion and understanding. Otherwise, sometimes this has created judgment and blame. Judgment, doubt, and blame. And so just to, I think, a more human understanding of process, how it's happening, can help us to have better compassionate understanding and appreciation.
Please, Bante.
You already said it. I was just gonna say, as far as I know, except for maybe Dhammapada and a few other places, most of the commentaries are not in English, so we wouldn't really have any.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and yet
Yeah.
most of our Asian monks who have studied, especially from Burma and Sri Lanka, have learned via the commentary. Sometimes not even studying the canon itself, but learning that via the commentary, or sub-commentary, or sub-sub-commentary, according to the tradition of their teachers, their particular lineage, like that. So we just understand.
But I think that's wise advice to read the suttas first. Like, I do eventually plan to read the commentaries when I'm fluent in Pali, and by that point I will have the ability to understand, what's, because in the beginning I was like me as an ignorant, not even before I was a bhikkhu, I was like, commentaries are stupid, this is the best. And then as I got, I was like, okay, well, this is probably not. And then Bhante Sujato actually said, well, he says, the commentaries, there's some good stuff in the commentaries and there's some bad stuff in the commentaries. And that kind of clicked in my head. I was like, oh, okay, well, I should read it when I actually can read Pali eventually.
Yes, so thank you very much for sharing that. And good time for us to take a break. And we covered a lot so far. We'll come back and consider for our final time together on these topics. What's most important.
Can I turn down the brightness on the screen if we're gonna have the white? It's very.
Half past. You don't say half past what?
In 15 minutes.
The next half past.
Minutes.
Anyway, I wanted to check about it. Again, for this part.
I never stopped recording.
Oh, never stop recording.
I did turn off the camera and the mic, but
Okay.
I have just turned it back on.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we're back. And then I want to think about addressing questions about shared ownership and also about in charge, in charges. So where will you go to learn about shared ownership of roles?
I feel like you said it exactly here, like.
Yes, over 4 hours.
Right. We made any progress on that specific question.
Would anyone like to check BMC? BMC 2, BMC 1?
Probably 2, but I didn't find it in 2 earlier when I was
Oh,
briefly looking through it. I didn't see it.
Maybe it's in 1 because there's also a preset for the business
preset for the
about
business?
the shared
I
ownership.
think there is, yeah.
For some reason, I particularly enjoy the index of BMC. It's very entertaining.
You could let Ajahn Jeff, you could let Ajahn Tanisaro know that. You might be glad to know
It's
that.
like such diverse topics. It's very
Yeah.
entertaining.
Enjoy. Yes. Does anybody know the Pali for shared ownership? And sometimes if you know because there are various English translations, but if you know the Pali, sometimes you can find something easily. It's one reason why I think it's good to learn. You don't have to learn all Pali necessarily. It's wonderful to be able to read the text in Pali if you can, but at least some important words can really help you out. Did anyone else get that? Kapana.
It's an entry here for a squirrel's tail. What does that even
How do you spell Vikapana?
Vikappana.
That's what I have here. And you see what happens. Vikapana. 4 definitions from Wisdom Library. Indefiniteness, assignment, apportioning. Sutta, Polytext Society for English Dictionary. Vikapeti, apportioning, Vikapana. Then there's Kachayana's Pali grammar. Explicates Vikapana. Kachayana was a great grammarian. Not long ago.
Not me.
A Kachayana was a great grammarian.
So the Chikiya for the bhikkhus, Vikappana Sikkhapada.
Yes. And interesting, we have Vinaya class here. In Buddhist Monastic Code, chapter 8.6. It says here, Buddhist Monastic Code, chapter 8.6, shared ownership. And mentioned in the explanations to Nisargya Pachita 1, Vikapana is an arrangement whereby a bhikkhu places a robe or robe cloth under ...
So there's an entry here for shared.
It's here.
It's 1, it's in 1.
Okay, there is also something here for shared ownership, but that might be.
And we also have this here, Pachitya 6, shared ownership, as mentioned in the explanations to Nisargya Pachitya 1. Vikapana is an arrangement whereby a bhikkhu places a robe or robe cloth under shared ownership. So ...
So that they store it for any length of time without it being counted as an extra cloth. One may share ownership with any of one's co-religionists, as mentioned in the rule.
It should be in Nisargya Pachitya 1.
No, this is Pachitya 59,
Pachitya 59. Oh.
or Bhikkhu Pachitya 59.
And is Bhikkhu Pachitya 59 there in Bhikkhuni Patimokkha?
Yes.
Which is
140.
140. Congratulations. We're making good progress now. Very good. I feel pleased and happy. Our group is really now zooming ahead. It's Monastic Code Volume 1. Should any bhikkhu having himself place rope cloth under shared ownership be covenant, a bhikkhu, a bhikkhuni, a female probationer, a male novice, a female novice, ... And then vikapana pachuttara. Pachuttarana. Before actually using the shared article, the other bhikkhu must relinquish his share. So I learned there are two kinds of shared ownership. Do you see anything about those two kinds there?
So only one seems to be mentioned here. In the Patimokkha, there's the friendly shared ownership and the.
Thank you. Let's take a look at the Patimokkha first and see what the Patimokkha says. Bhikkhu Patimokkha can be a principal reference for us. And then we want to know what are the connections, where does it appear elsewhere in the canon, where do we find details about it?
Okay. Let me use it briefly. See Mahabharata 8:19:1.
What does it say briefly? Just?
Me taking something on trust or friendly shared ownership.
So I learned, I'll just tell you like from oral and practical traditions, then I learned there's ordinary shared ownership and then there's friendly shared ownership. What we called it. And ordinary shared ownership, the way that I learned it, and we will confirm in the text about this. The way that I learned it, ordinary shared ownership, then you need to check in with one another before you can take that yourself. You should check in, and then also the shared ownership gets released. And then you can agree who will then use that road. But friendly shared ownership, and we learned that the agreement between the two parties is whoever needs it, whenever they need it, they have permission of the other party to just go ahead and use it when needed. So no check-in required, and the permission is already given to just whoever needs it first to be able to go ahead and use it. Friendly shared ownership, no trust. Then we can take a look at our texts and see what they say, whether it matches up well or not, what was taught and what was learned.
The bowl can same thing. Share.
Can place a bowl under shared ownership also. Yes, that's right. So, and this is where also then, if you have less than a sangha, you have a small community, or you're staying together with like just one other bhikkhuni, or if you were living just with one seminary, then people offer things, then it would be possible to put them under shared ownership. And you could put them under shared ownership, one, in a way where if one wants to use it or to give it to someone, then you need to consult with one another. And then release it from shared ownership, then it could be put to personal ownership for someone, for you or for someone else, or for another. Suppose a monastic came to visit you, and then they came on the airplane, and then their bowl was put inside the check bag, and then the check bag got lost. And then you have someone, your Sri Lankan lay supporter wanted to give Atta Pirikara, 8 things packed up so nicely with a bowl on top. They gave it as a gift of this from your Sri Lankan supporter when you went to the Dana with your Bhante teacher. So you received this, they got put in shared ownership. And then the other monastic came and her bowl was lost in the travels. They say, airplane, the luggage is lost, then you want to give to her. But then if you put this under regular shared ownership together, say yourself and one seminary, if it was so, then you would need to check in with each other about that. If it was under friendly shared ownership, then you would already agree beforehand that if one of you has a need, then you already have permission to take it, to use it for yourself. That doesn't necessarily mean giving to someone else for the sake of giving to someone else. But if you yourself, if you were the one who traveled, Bhikkhuniti sat and they traveled, and then the bowl was lost in the travel, and then there are some bowls that were given at cloister, city Sampano, then shared ownership, yourself and seminary, and you went to travel, and something happened with the airline, they lost your bowl. If it should not happen, but if it happened, if you have the friendly shared ownership, then you wouldn't even need to ask her. You can just, it's there already in shared ownership, already you agreed. If it's needed, you can just go ahead and because I need to go for Pindapat tomorrow and if I don't have my bowl, I'll take the dishpan or I'll take wooden box from the garden box, I'll go for Pindapat or this way. No, the people gave that, it's under friendly shared ownership, I can just go ahead and do that. So let's see now what the text says. I'm just telling you these things from memory based on what I learned. But let's find out what the text says. Please. Oh, I don't have my distance glasses on. Here we go. Yes, thank you. So then I allow you to take things on trust from one who has 5 qualities. Anujanami bhikkhave pancha angehi samanagathasa visasam gahitum. They are a friend, a close companion, spoken about, they're alive, and you know they will be pleased if you take it. Sandito cha hoti. That means you have shared views. Sampatocha, alapitocha, jiraticha, yes, alive, living, not dead. Janaticha, gaite me atamanamo vaisatiti. So then these are the qualities of what's called then, says here on trust, but friendly criteria for entering into friendly shared ownership. Where are you here? Where is this text from? How did you get here?
Chivara Kandika.
Chivara Kandika, that sounds like you're in the Kandikas. Which number is Chivara Kandika? What does Chivara mean? Robes, so you're in the robes Kandika.
Which is number 8 in the Mahavagga.
Number 8 in Mahavagga, okay.
And
you found that from reference inside your Bhikkhuni Patimokkha?
Here says Mahavagga 8:19:1. So then I went to the Chivara Kandika, which is Mahavagga 8.
Yes.
And then I looked at the table of contents.
Oh.
And here's 19.
19, okay.
And I was at first not finding it. I had to scroll down to the very bottom of 19. After all the handkerchiefs and
handkerchiefs.
and the itch covering cloths,
Yes.
and sheet sizes and all of that.
You can get a good idea of
Um,
your various cloth requisites here also. Then which ones have particular names. Also, you can find listed in your Bhikkhuni Patimokkha fourth edition. Then those things can be designated by their names. But additional beyond that, then these things are the Parikara Cholam. I allow handkerchiefs.
So 19 has
Bowl
all
cloths.
of these.
Everyone has their
Parikara
bowl
Cholam
cloths are determined.
And then at the very end. Notice.
Yes.
Um,
Shawls are determined. Sitting cloth. Full shawl is determined. Okay, you were saying in the very end, then you found it.
I found it almost at the very end. So that it has the handkerchiefs and all of the other specific requisites. And then this thing about taking things on trust. And
Yes,
then Parikara Cholam.
I allow cloth for requisites. Anujanami bhikkhave parikara cholanti. Parikara. I learned to pronounce this. Also, maybe the Pali pronunciation is slightly simplified. Parikara. Chola. Parikara chola. We often say additional cloth requisites. Another way to say that would be Anujanami bhikkhave parikara cholanti. I allow bhikkhus additional cloth requisites. So then we have here the 3 robes.
There's about transferring robes to others.
Yes.
So in terms of.
See
Is there
the
more to say
3.
about shared ownership?
Excuse me.
Is there more to say about shared ownership?
We should check BMC for this. And then can you go down again from where you just were?
So in BMC two,
Thank you. I
there's
stopped. Just a moment. So you see here the 3 robes for us, 4 bhikkhunis, 5 robes. Rainy season robe. This is also special for the bhikkhus, but for bhikkhunis, we have our bathing cloth as part of our 5 piece robe set. For the bhikkhus, rainy season is bathing in the rains is an additional cloth. Sitting mat. What's sitting mat in Pali? Visidanam, yes. Like visida means sitting. Sheet, itch covering cloth, handkerchief, cloth for requisites. They are all to be determined. Are they all to be determined or to be transferred to another?
Maybe BMC's summary of this part.
Yes.
Passages in the Mahavagga, including this one and one a little lower down, show that shared ownership is intended for cloth that is being stored and not for cloth in use.
Right.
Cloth that has not been made into a finished robe, rains bathing cloths being kept during the 8 months of the year outside of the rainy season, and skin eruption covering cloths being kept when they are not needed, may all be placed under shared ownership. The 3 basic robes, miscellaneous requisites, handkerchiefs, and the sitting cloth may not. As this rule states, when a bhikkhu wants to use a piece of cloth placed under shared ownership, the shared ownership must first be rescinded, unless you're doing the taking it on trust thing.
It says that 3 basic robes cannot.
The 3 basic robes, miscellaneous requisites, handkerchiefs, and the sitting cloth may not. And indeed here it says you should determine the 3 robes, not transfer them.
Yes, it does say that. But why is it using transfer? This is
So
Vikapena.
Vikapetun.
That's being Vikapetun is being Vikapena is used for shared ownership.
And so not not transferred, not shared. You should determine 3 robes, not transfer them. You should determine the handkerchief, not transfer it. You should determine the Parikara Cholan, not transfer it.
Okay, so my understanding about this part is with regards to your 3 robes, they should be determined. They should not be kept under shared ownership. With regards to your, if you are a bhikkhu, your reins, bathing cloth. Bante, how do you say your reins bathing cloth? It looks here like Vasika Satika, similar to Udaka Satika, but Vasika for reins, right? Vasika Satika. Our bathing cloth is called Udaka Satika. It says Vasika Satika for the bhikkhu's reins bathing cloth. It's extra. No, for the bhikkhus, it's something that they're, in the area that has the actual reins, then it's allowed for the bhikkhus to bathe outdoors in the shower of the reins, wearing the Vasika Satika. Additional cloth, yeah. Additional to their 3 robes. For bhikkhunis, we have the bathing cloth. It's part of our 5 robe set that can be used all year long. In practice, however, my experience with the Bhikkhu Sangha, and I'm thinking particularly about Thai forest traditions, is that they are normally always using an additional cloth requisite. It may be like considered, I think its name is like one of the lower body protector or something, protection cloth, then lined inside their lower robe. That even there's some korwat, then like in the first 5 years is korwat. First 5 years of your monastic life, that gets washed every day. I remember the bhikkhus in Thailand telling me about this. And I said, oh, we have Udaka Satika, but no precept that time. We don't have bhikkhunis korwat because we don't have available bhikkhunis communities for korwat at that time. But we thought, okay, you can wash it whenever you want to. They said that was their korwat.
Can share Vasika.
For the bhikkhus, it says no, that should be individually determined, but only for the bhikkhu during the rainy season. And then after that, then they're supposed to give it up. But not to keep it longer than that. So the things that my understanding is the things that we may put under shared ownership are the things additional to our 3 robes, or for bhikkhunis, our 5 robes, additional to our sitting cloth. For bhikkhu, additional to his Vasika Satika, his reins bathing cloth during the rains, he should have his own. It should not be in shared ownership. I don't know why transfer is used in translation here. You should have your own sheet. 1, not have it under shared ownership. Although if you're using the sheet when someone is hosting or it's something that belongs to the community and you borrowed from the community, then okay to use it. Our core white anyway.
I am currently using the sheet that does not belong to me.
However, I am noticing here that it says you should determine your own sheet. So let's mark that as to be considered. Because my understanding for all of these things here is then you should have your own set of 3 robes. You should have your own sitting cloth. You should have your. This is the thing. We thought we don't need to have our own sheet. We can use other sheets. We can have our own sheet. But I think the meaning is that if you need it and you don't have it, then you shouldn't be keeping it under shared ownership with someone. You should determine it for yourself and use it. This is my understanding here. Each covering cloth, as long as you're sick, then can be put under shared ownership. Handkerchief says not to keep under shared ownership.
What's the poly, what are we, when you say handkerchief, what are we talking about?
Here, handkerchief is about to be highlighted. Mukha, oh, okay, let's let someone else go to work on this. What can you tell about that word? How about chola?
Mukha's
Chola?
face, is it?
Mukha's face,
Yeah.
Mukha's face or mouth, sometimes even used for head. Face, mouth. And then chola, it's cloth. Punchana. What's a punchana? So in English we say handkerchief. What in Pali? This is a kind of face, called a face cloth.
I'm trying to connect it with what I might know the English, you know what I mean? Because multiple different English translations. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So in English, we identify these clothes with literally with a handkerchief, whereas in Pali, it's literally a kind of face cloth. What's punchana? I'm not familiar with that word actually. So all of these things that are here, they're saying that if you don't have that yourself, then you shouldn't be keeping it under shared ownership, but you should be determined for yourself. But if you do have it for yourself, my understanding is then if there's some additional that's offered and there's a need or a wish to put it under shared ownership, then you can. But here then mentions parikara cholam. So also parikara cholam, then this gets discussed in more detail, but keeping cloth, so like your hat, for example, not to be having your hat under shared ownership, but you determine that as your own parikara cholam. However, if there were additional hat offered, then it could be, you have your own hat, could be put under shared ownership until the time of need.
But is shared ownership the same thing as it being in the store belonging to the Sangha?
No,
So,
different. However, there are the times, to my understanding, there are the times where these things may appear to coincide. For example, you're in a place where there is no Sangha, and there's one monastic or two monastics or three monastics. Not possible for people to offer Sankadana there because there's not Sangha present. So people can then offer to those monastics individually, but so if someone offers several hats, then suppose there's only you, bhikkhuni, one more bhikkhuni there, or only you and one seminary there. And then the people give 5 hats, as they're wont to do sometimes. Plus 10 gloves. Plus 20 socks. And then,
would each
then
determine
you-
a hat.
okay,
And
so
then
you
the
each
rest
determine a
are
hat.
in shared
Hold
ownership.
on, wait, don't you need socks? Don't you need gloves?
Yes.
Okay, so you-
The rest of the hats in.
All right, so you each can have your own hat then, yeah. As much hat as you need personally, you can have. If you're Brahma my late most venerable teacher, then you need 2 hats. Because it's cold and 2 hats are needed in a Western climate. So then he had 2 hats personally, almost always wore 2 hats together. Hot sunny day, maybe 1 hat. So you determine according to your need, how many hats do you need? 1, okay, and you?
Also one.
Okay, so you can personally determine 1 hat each, and then how many gloves do you need? Oh, are you going to say 2? Are you going to say 1 pair? Okay, 1 pair of gloves and 1 pair of gloves. How many socks do you need?
Several pairs.
Several pairs, how many? They donated a pack of 20.
I'll take 4 socks.
Oh, 4 socks, okay. And
4 pairs.
4 pairs or 4 socks?
4 socks.
Total 4 socks, 2 means 2 pairs of socks. Okay, and,
I will take 3 pairs.
okay. All right. And then now what are you going to do with oh no, my math.
We have 3 hats left.
10
And-
socks and 5 pairs. Wait, no, you know, you have 3 pairs of socks.
Right, but there were 20 pairs.
I thought there were 20 socks offered.
Oh,
We didn't clarify.
If you said 20 socks.
I did say 20 cents.
anyway, there's some leftover socks
Okay,
and some leftover gloves and some leftover hats.
okay.
And if we wanted to place them in shared ownership,
So
We
now
can
you have
try.
options. What are your options for the other things that are beyond what you need?
we could relinquish them.
How would you relinquish them?
Well,
You can get the stores in charge.
Well, no,
but
you're
there's only
just-
2 of us,
Yeah,
so we
yes.
don't have the stores in charge.
Uh-huh.
We don't have a Sangha store.
Oh, yeah,
We're not a Sangha.
right. If you have the stores in charge for the 2 of us.
And other options are there also. What else could you do?
Give them shared ownership. We could give them away.
You could put them under shared ownership, yes. Who would, if you were going to give them away, who would you give them to?
Just with the Sangha first.
If there's any other available Sangha to check with, to find out if they need that, we always recommend. If there are any other Sangha members around, then check with them and find out whether they need it. Friendly thing to do, and if they need it, then can transfer. And transfer doesn't mean place in shared ownership with them, but actually transfer to them. You can actually give that. You can give that to them. And then supposing the local Sangha doesn't need it,
Can give it away outside the Sangha.
yet for us, for our core, what we allow them also to give away outside the Sangha. Sometimes even like homeless people going into the autumn, normally at the end of the Vasa each year, then also we analyze the store and see if there are the things that are too abundant. Some warm things like that, find out, does our local Sangha, do they need those things? If they don't need them, then we may donate them to the place that's supporting the local homeless. And them to be warm, yes.
So if there is the thing about giving away heavy property of the Sangha,
Mhm.
which is actually relevant because I want to do that.
Mhm.
Um,
What heavy property do you want to give?
Well, I still want to actually propose giving away or disposing of our old propane stove that has been replaced. And we were having a dump run yesterday,
Mhm.
and we could have taken it,
Mhm.
but
You need to consult.
we need to consult, yes.
Yes, that's right, yeah.
So.
Thank you for thinking of that. That's a different topic.
yes,
But it is
it's-
related.
It's related,
Uh-huh.
and it was seeming timely because there's another dump run tomorrow.
So yes, then things like that, under these circumstances, then that it's good to propose, and then the members of the Bhikkhuni Sangha who are present For our core what, normally we propose and we check in with everybody about it, all the residents, at least, all those who are residents.
Bhikkhuni
But
residents.
no,
Oh,
residents.
residents.
But for Vinaya, then the bhikkhunis who are in co-residence together then need to agree about the disposal or the transferring, giving away of heavy properties. And if the bhikkhunis don't agree about that, then they can't be given away. And if something belongs to the community, then one individual can't just decide, or one or just two individuals can't just decide to give something away without consulting with the bhikkhuni co-residents. So if the bhikkhuni co-residents agree, then it can be given away.
And you don't need a Sangha Kama or anything, you just need agreement from Bhikkhuni co-residents.
This is how we work with it in our core.
And what counts as heavy property?
Oh, there's some descriptions, but this is, isn't the same subject. It's a different subject, but okay, go
Well,
ahead.
I mean, we're talking about,
Stars
we would
and
like to
charts.
take it to the top tomorrow, so.
Yes.
So here's the thing though, for our core what, though, one thing that we established is that these things should not be done extremely urgently under pressure, which means you don't let the other bhikkhunis know at the last moment. At 7 p.m. at night, you don't have to do that when they're already tired and don't get to their class. And it needs to be taken.
It does not need to be taken care of tomorrow. It's just,
There's an opportunity.
it had come to
I
mind
see.
and we're on a
Yes.
related topic, so I thought to bring it up. I don't
I
think it's
guess Ovina
urgent.
was particularly upset to find it still here last time she was here.
So, and then also at the last minute, then you want to be careful about saying things that could be seeming to be like pressuring your fellow Sangha members under urgency when you mention something at the last minute. So we say that these things are the things to be avoided, and that it's good to let know beforehand and give time for consideration and all like that. That's our general protocol. But do any of the bhikkhunis or other residents here feel like we should keep the old stove, which has been replaced, and not get rid of it?
I just had a question about, we have the two old laundry stoves down there. Is the one from up here better than either of those?
I was trying to clarify the procedure, not actually decide about the stove necessarily at this
okay.
moment,
All
what
right,
was
good.
my intention.
All
It
right,
had come to mind because of
sounds
the
like there
stove.
are questions. Thank you for
But
asking.
yeah, I was not actually trying to get into that stove
Questions
discussion
to
right
be
now.
clarified, plus also are all of our residents here.
Right,
So
so
have
I
they all
don't,
been checked with?
no, they have not, so I don't actually want to do that part right now, I just wanted to clarify what the procedure is,
Oh, thank
which
you.
is related to our current topic.
All right, good.
So it might be something like, take a picture of the thing and send an email to all residents.
Or talk about it in morning meeting.
Maybe some are all in one place. You put a picture of it in the morning meeting guide.
Can, sure, yeah.
Plastic chairs also have the property.
Plastic chairs. Yeah, you had us chanting 13 days. So we're talking about cloth and I'm talking about plastic chairs. There's a connection. We talked about other plastic mesh bags, now plastic chairs. So
Sangha ownership of property.
so these are the things also to distinguish, right? What is what? Obviously, plastic didn't exist in this time, and so the plastic is not there, but how do you determine what category it falls into, whether it's a heavy property or not? These are the questions. These are the working kinds of questions, and these things may be clarified and established by Korwat, by the community, and Korwats can also evolve and be updated over time at the community's wish, according to the initiative of the members. Okay for us to go on? Okay. So we have quite a lot of things here. Then we came to the Parikari Cholang, and now you have one hat, and Kavira has one hat, and then living not so far away, then also Anuvidita is there. another residence. And so then you have these extra things and you can check with her. Do you need hats? Do you need gloves? Do you need socks? By email or call or go to visit. You can even make nice pack and then you go to visit the other Sangha, you can offer to them. Can you give to only to bhikkhunis, or can you give to bhikkhu Sangha, or could you give to seminary or seminara?
Our practice has been to check with bhikkhunis first. And then
Yes,
bhikkhus.
this is our core one. This is to distinguish. Our core one is we check with our fellow bhikkhunis first, because we think people gave these things to bhikkhuni Sangha. We check with the bhikkhunis first. But if the bhikkhunis then they have seminaries with them, or sometimes people give us all white hats and white gloves and white scarves. And we can also find out about any anagarikas with them. Then do they need more of the white things like this as well? So normally we check with our related bhikkhunis communities first, then we check with the bhikkhus communities. And then if the bhikkhuni and bhikkhus communities don't need that, then normally we will give to them what we think is the good association supporting the homeless generally. So then how about those they ask, do you need hats? Do you need gloves? Do you need socks? We have, okay, someone needs to help my math here. We have, how many hats were there originally? 5? Okay, 3
There are
hats.
3 hats and 6 gloves and 10 socks available.
Yes. Do you need any of them?
Then I'll take 1 hat,
Okay,
and 1 pair of gloves,
okay.
and 2 pair of socks.
2 pairs or 2 socks?
2 pairs.
2 pairs of socks, okay. All right, so then she's received, but now you still have how much?
Sorry.
I can also take just 1 hat.
You can take the, what is it, 3 hats.
Okay, but how about this? You're
You
planning
can take
on,
all the rest.
hold on, wait, you're planning on traveling soon to Bodh Gaya in the winter time. Then Bodh Gaya in the winter time always has Sangha members who need the warm hat and scarf and gloves. So now what will you do? You say, I only need this for myself. However, I'm planning on traveling to Bodh Gaya and
I could take it and look out for a suitable receiver,
if you wish, you could.
if you wish.
If you wish, you could. Even there are the places that are different monasteries that also have store for the Sangha they're giving to those Sangha members who need. You could do it. When I went to Bodh Gaya several years ago, and not the time going with Venerable Kachayana, then Anagarika Kachayana, but previous time, then also people had given quite a number of, say, unsuitable robes, even beyond their need for curtains and sheets and these things, but quite a few good robes. Then it was suggested these robes that people gave like that can be put in a box and sent along on the airplane to give to the Sangha in India. So it was arranged like that. And we attended the International Bhikkhuni Parisad program and International Tipitaka chanting program, and then we're able to distribute those additional robes that we didn't need like that. Even now for our robe store here, when I looked at it, now someone else, Ayasujita was in charge and Ayasubhijana was in charge before that. And then I noticed when I looked recently, then I saw some things like dark brown things are there. I think, okay, Dhammasara monastery is using the dark brown things, and some other like red color. Then I thought, oh, the Karuna Buddhist Vihara is using the red color. We can, who is store in charge, also can think about things like that. sometimes the things get collected that the monastics also abandon and give up to the store. And time by time, it can be good to either the things that are beyond what's needed. I try to give to the other communities and give to people in need. Then, under such a search, has the right to then collect those things and bring them out. Even they could be like put out in here, and then say to the Bhikkhuni Sangha, there are these things that I think are beyond our community's needs, that might be useful for them or for them, and seek the community's blessings to give up as a community together, give up those items and send them to the appropriate place. It's good to do time by time.
But did we clarify if it's possible, if there's no Sangha, anyway to do a store for a community? We're not calling it Sangha store,
Here's the
but
thing, yeah,
a
so
store?
it might not be called a Sangha store. But can, for myself, early on with Tamadrini, before we had Sangha together, then I actually put the things under the shared ownership with another bhikkhuni. And then those things under shared ownership that were there, then if there was the wish to give, then we needed to ask to check in with the other one. If we wanted to use something ourselves, we'd check in with the other one. If she said yes, then we could use that ourselves. Also, if someone came to visit, another bhikkhuni, seminary came to visit, then also we wanted to give to them, then we just check in with each other and then give that to them. And then also for what I just mentioned about packing up, then those additional robes to send to India, then also it's just checked in. And then with agreement, then those were all packed up and sent along together to India. So when you have less than a Sangha, you can be like that.
So there's these particular phrases here in the book.
Which particular phrases?
It's about relinquishing shared ownership.
Yes. I'd like to go over those. Which page are you on? Page 132 and 133. 132 and 133. Okay.
Those that are shared, you would be these phrases.
Then a question comes up. Do you have to always use in such a case? Or can you say the things in English or in German?
Varied practices for sharing ownership.
I think for the mind, this is the language, then I am.
I agree. Was it the determining of the cloth that would determine that this text is, oh no, it was the entering thoughts, I think. That if this is actually, if this is commentarial, this Pali, or is this?
Normally the Pali here is, if the source is listed. I was surprised that the source was not listed in that case, because we tried to be diligent about listing sources for everything.
So this says before actually using the shared article, the other between must relinquish or share, see Mahabhaga 8:19:1,
Yes,
which is where we just were.
yes.
Which did that actually have this Pali text for the relinquishing ownership?
Something about taking things on trust. Allow you to darn.
Then this is an interesting question here that I was thinking about, actually speaking just a moment ago. And what about when people intend to give to the Sangha, intending to give to the Sangha, they give something to an individual monastic or here.
So then you can keep it. This is drive. Then you have some until they run out.
After it's already been distributed and still others arrive, then they don't have to share at that time. After it's already been distributed means then the others have already brought it into their own personal ownership. But while it belongs to the Sangha, then for those who are there, it should be shared, even if the number of those who are there is less than the Sangha. But when that happens, even when there is a Sangha and people offer Sangha Dana, if something is given that you don't need, do you have to keep it? Don't have to. If you give it over to then store, monastic store, then the monastic store in charge should look out for whether there's anyone comes or there's anyone there who has a need for those things. The store in charge should look out for it, and also anyone who comes or has a need has a right to ask the store in charge to find out if what they need is available there. Then it should be given to them.
And for making a store in charge.
Yes, here is topic. But wait, you were looking for something before that. What were you looking for here?
I was not having it.
Whether this
Whether
poly
the
for
text
women
is-
shared ownership.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be here. I
Sure.
haven't gone through the whole thing, but
Out of that section, no.
Can
it
it
wasn't
be
together with that previous.
Lots of different cases are here, different circumstances. And it's true with a larger Sangha and offerings, well, many kinds of requisites, then being shared out fairly comes to be really important. Whether it's medicines or whether it's robes or even like people inviting to go for the dana, then there's the old system set up to like be rotating. Then there's the Sangha officer who's set up for being sure then the rotation are able to go for the dana. If everyone is receiving pindapat in the area you're in, the pindapat is basic, you could say basic, but then the people who are inviting for house dana, and then when they're inviting for house dana and the people are offering nice food or better food or more food or something like this, then to not be acting with favoritism, but allow the rotation of the monastics to be able to go for such invitations. So how to share out all of the things fairly amongst the larger community of monastics. If there's not enough for everyone, then you saw mention earlier on even of drawing lots. And then there's also the system of rotation related to invitations as a way to share the things out fairly. This is when you have the larger monastic community, and all of these things may come to be important. Lots of things are here. Many kinds of examples. Not quite as much as what anyone could think of. I find with all the things that are here, sometimes it happens we're able to think of something else. We're able to find some other circumstance that's not mentioned here, then we can make korwat about that. New situation, plastic chairs. What to do? Plastic bags and plastic chairs, huh?
I don't think this has the text that's in our Bhikkhuni Patimokkha.
Interesting.
It may also be commentarial.
Que interesante. I don't know how to say it in German. So I hope we're keeping a log of notes that we would like to discuss with the editors of Bhikkhuni Patimokkha 4th edition, who we saw recently online, time of the ordination. And we hope to see for her 10-year anniversary coming up soon, on the 17th. Ayanimala. It's together with myself, but I just say Ayanimala has done a large amount of work.
This part you're
This.
giving her more.
I will say for so much of this, she has done this work. However,
Here it is, it's in the Vipanga.
I have reviewed most of it, if not all. Transfer face-to-face samukha. What does samukha mean?
With faces together.
Yeah, mukha, face. In this case, mukha does not mean mouth. Not mouth to mouth. Oh, mukha for the river, we say like the mouth of the river, the mouth of the stream. And then also it's called mukha in Pali. Sammukha, face to face. And then vikapana, so you say face to face. Shared ownership, one should say imam jivaram tuyam vikapemi itanama sawati. So imam jivaram tuyam. What's tuyam? You, yes.
To you.
Yes. How about itanamasa? What does that mean? Itanamasa.
So and so.
Yes. Such and such name. Theirs. Possessive. Itanama. Nama. Such and such name. Yes. Itanamasa, belonging to, name so and so. Robe, tuyam, to you. Vikapemi. I put in shared ownership. Itanamasa. Possessive of so and so. Name so and so. Yeah. But we come back to the question. For such a thing, must you say it in Pali for it to be legal?
Depends on who you ask.
Depends on who you ask. There you go. Yeah. So for Dhammadrini, for our core, we don't have to say it in Pali for it to be legal. We can say it in Pali, but also we should say it also in a commonly understood language as well. But then someplace they may require. But in terms of the like strict legality of the Vinaya, and for these kinds of things, it's not like Sangha Karma. It's not required by the Pali text to say it in Pali. Pali text traditions for Sangha Karma, they want it said in Pali and pronounced properly, like for the ordination or for some other kind of Sangha Karma, establishing the Sima, these kinds of things. They generally want those things to be said in Pali and pronounced correctly.
Patimokkha.
For Patimokkha, for Patimokkha, actually we determined Patimokkha, that the full one we would recite in Pali and the one we would recite in English.
I meant in terms of like saying it properly.
Oh,
Like when I have recited, like if I said something wrong, I have
yes,
to go back and
that's right.
Yeah.
And for us also, we have the checker, the one who is to
Mm.
pointed to check and then correct. So yes, we do that. So then we look here, then Samukha Vikapananama, one should say, I transfer this robe cloth to you. But here we're talking about why it says transfer. I'm still confused. I place this robe cloth in shared ownership with you. I place this robe cloth in shared ownership with so and so. I don't know why it says transfer or Vikapana. Because this is what we normally call place in shared ownership. Imam chiwarang tuyang vikapimi itana masawa. And then transfer in the absence of. So here's an interesting question. When the bhikkhuni who I'm practicing shared ownership with is not there, parimukha, not face-to-face, vikapananama, one should say, I give this robe cloth to you for the purpose of shared ownership. I want to say, vikapanataya. And question of shared ownership with who? Who is the friend? Who is the companion? Kote-rito, wasandito. One should reply so and so and so and so. Itanamocha, itanamocha. The other should say, I give it to them. Please use their property, give it away, or do as you like with it. Unawatabo, desam dami, desam santakam, paribunjawa, visajehiwa, yata pachayanwa, karohi. Questions, comments, scroll down. So here then we come up on what is an offense. That is, if it's taken, it wasn't on trust, wasn't given, hasn't been relinquished, and then it's taken. Then this here says, tasawa adina, not given, like adina dana. Tasawa avisa santo parivunjati. Apati pachitya, so it's a pachitya. Pachitya. Doesn't it seem like it should be an isagya pachitya? But here it says it's a pachitya. We're also tired. Are we able to drink? Nearly 8. And then we have one more thing I want to discuss. But have we covered enough about this? Does this become reasonably clear? We can address about this part further, also later if needed. I think questions come up later in the circumstance, then to study, look again, and also we can consult further again as well.
Is it a particular just because he uses the item and then probably returns it rather than just takes it? Because it just says he uses it without asking or without taking it on trust. So you use it and give it back rather than just take it.
Doesn't mention anything about using it and giving it back.
No,
It
it
just
just says
says,
you uses it without taking it on trust. So it doesn't say he takes it, it just says he uses it.
So you'll see one here
so
says it's
taking it on
this-
trust means having established that
Mhm.
friendly shared ownership, and then taking it under condition of friendly shared ownership.
Mhm.
So in this case, that didn't happen. So it wasn't given to him, and it wasn't a situation of friendly shared ownership, and he's taking it. So this is a situation of, I believe it's implying a situation of ordinary shared ownership, not friendly shared ownership. Ordinary shared ownership, then there must be the consultation and the agreement. And the giving. And if one takes it under such a circumstance without ownership, then without any consultation, it can be taken. That's the agreement. But if it's not friendly shared ownership and you take it without that consultation and without it being given to you, then that's a pachitya. You're taking what's not given. So it could be worse because this is Adina Dana. It's the situation of Adina Dana but it's not, it is talking about shared ownership. Here, look, it says Apachutarana.
Mhm.
And that's the case where something is relinquished, right? So it has been determined, there's been an aditan to place it under shared ownership, but the co-owner has not relinquished it, not given it to you. It's not friendly shared ownership. You don't have that agreement and you take it anyway. Then it's a case of adina dana. But it's partly your property. So it's not considered the class more shared ownership. It is partly yours, but it's not all yours. It also is partly the other person's. And if they haven't given up, does that make it clear?
So the situation would be that it's something it belongs to both of you and it's put in storage. And if you want to take it out of storage and use it, and you haven't established the friendly shared ownership.
It's shared ownership, but not friendly
Right,
shared
yes.
ownership, not on trust.
So you haven't made an agreement, we can both use it,
Right.
or you can use it without asking. You haven't agreed on that, you've just put it in storage together.
Yeah.
And then if one of you wants to take it out of storage and use it, you have to consult. You can't just take it.
And in this case, storage doesn't necessarily mean there might be a space of a communal store, but there might not. It might be that it's decided that, each of you have a room in that place. Maybe both of you are at a retreat center and somebody offers the things to you beyond what you need, and then you put them in shared ownership together. Let's say they offer these things and they're put in shared ownership together in Tavira's room at the retreat center. But then it's not friendly shared ownership, it's just the shared ownership. But then Kachaya goes into the room and takes something.
And so maybe I just use it for the day and then wash it and bring it back, but that would still be in fence, right?
Because you don't have permission to.
Right.
Yeah, but if it's under friendly shared ownership, then you can.
Right.
Without any asking, either of you can at any time, because you have that agreement with one another.
They're calling here taking on trust.
Uh-huh. So that sounded bad, but what if it's in your room?
I think I still can't use it.
If it's in your room, don't you think so?
I don't think I can.
No, it's breaking trust, yeah. Yeah, because it's not the agreement. If you have that agreement with one another, then you can, either of you can. Yeah. But if you don't have, that's not your agreement with one another. That's the deal. if it's not friendly shared ownership means you want and you need to be consulted. That's the agreement. So if you do something that's not that, then you break that agreement. So we had the situation then also, then something's placed in the shared ownership with the other bhikkhuni who was then in a different location. So then the question came up by phone. Can she give permission by phone for me to then give this to someone else or for me to use something? So we decided, we consulted together, we decided, yes, by phone, okay. But here it's talking about also mentions the sammukha case. So that's really a question, right? If you're not sammukha means face to face. So then we're consulting about that. Is it possible by phone? There were no phones in the time of Vinaya, then people would have to be face to face, or then even the discussion comes up like, if you see one another by psychic power, does it count as face to face? Yeah, no, all these questions come up like that. If I see them in my dream and they say, yes, you can have it. Is it okay? They say under that case, when the Vinaya discussion for this, then you should confirm. Even you saw them in your dream and they said, yes, you can have it, but you should still confirm with them when you're awake. So we had agreed then in past under that circumstance that by phone, that we could consult by phone, but here it says sammukha means face to face. So then that's also, then it's becoming like a core-wide issue because phone didn't exist. Whether by phone would count as face to face. Yeah.
I guess I'm still not clear on why I would want to place something in shared ownership. Like, when is this actually useful and relevant in our current context?
Oh, like what I'm trying to give the
Yeah,
kind of
but-
circumstances that can.
So
can
if
really
it's a skin eruption cloth and a rinse bathing cloth,
Mhm.
which I don't have a skin eruption cloth.
You don't.
What?
You don't.
I don't.
Okay. But you could if you needed it.
I could if I needed it.
And if you did need
but-
it, then it would be good for you to make it your own rather than having it under shared ownership.
Well, that's the one that you said that it said you can do, it's shared ownership.
Skin eruption cloth.
Yeah, that was one of the skin eruption cloth and the, I can find it again. Let me find it again, but it's Mahabharata 19. Well, okay.
I learned about this part on principle, like the clothes that you're using for things like your handkerchief or skin eruption or that kind of thing, that these things generally, if they're needed and someone is using them, that it's good for it to be used by that individual. But if you're done using it and you don't need it anymore, and you don't need to use it personally anymore, then you can put it into shared ownership. You can give it to the store.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like most of the things that we're using currently here at Dhamadrini are like either personal things or from the stores. So far, I have not run into a situation. I'm not saying it could never happen, but I have not yet run into a situation here where I feel like I would want to put something in shared ownership as opposed to like relinquishing it to the stores.
So I'll tell you, it's true when you have a community, or then even if it's legally less than a community, but still it's like community pattern or according to community pattern, which our things are, then you may not need to think of shared ownership much. But there are the cases that this could be hypothetical. So supposing you have a robe that's okay for you, it's all right. It's still in pretty good condition. You think probably next year, maybe another robe will be needed. And then someone gives a tall robe, a wide robe, a robe that could be suitable for you. And you're more tall than the others. And it might be that could be useful for you, but you don't need it now. your robe is still good. But if you put it into the store, then you think probably it's not necessarily going to be useful for others, but who knows what will happen to it. But you think it's rare for people to donate these tall robes like this that are the suitable size for you, that could work well for you, but also you want to be humble and you don't really need the new robe yet. There's a case where you could potentially put that under shared ownership with someone else. And then if you were friendly with them, you could even make it friendly shared ownership. So then if the time came that you needed that robe, then you would actually just be able to take it. You wouldn't need to apply for getting it out of the store. But many other circumstances, traveling together or going for retreat together or staying in a place that's smaller than like a community sangha monastery, then the shared ownership comes to be useful and even like commonly used kind of situation like this.
There were another tall bhikkhuni who might need the robe at some point, like have an ensuring ownership between the two of you,
Could
as
be.
opposed to.
Absolutely, then
But
whoever,
in the
you
store,
would say
in the
whoever
stores
needs
are
it
trying to like,
first.
someone's gonna need this. Look at it.
Yeah, so this thing about, I mean, are we determining it as one of our three robes? Are we?
No, you would put it under shared ownership.
Okay, so if it's under shared ownership, it's not determined?
Yeah, no, it's determined in shared ownership. That's the determination.
Okay.
But this is the thing about, you should determine the three robes, not have them in shared ownership.
You should
No,
determine that.
oh,
requisite
this wasn't
cost.
clear. No, if for what are your three robes, they should be determined. They should not be kept under shared ownership.
Okay.
So you shouldn't be in a situation where, okay, you're both bhikkhunis, and you shouldn't be in a situation where you have like one sangati between the two of you that's under shared ownership, and she can use it when she wants to, and you can use it when you want to, and between the two of you, you have one sangati. And then between the two of you have one lower robe. Okay, so you have one Antarvasika and you have one Uddaka Satika, both in shared ownership between you. I'm making it up, but you should have for your set of 5 robes, you should determine your own set of 5 robes. You should determine your own sitting cloth and say, oh, we have one sitting cloth between the two of us. We have one bowl between the two of us. We'll alternate each day going for Pindapat and just trade off the bowls. You should have your own bowl.
Okay.
And her own bowl.
So then,
And your own sitting cloth.
So I have my whole set of everything, one for myself that is not in shared ownership with anybody else.
Yes, right.
And then any additional things, like, is there a restriction on what can be in shared ownership? Like, it can be an upper robe, not my upper robe, but an upper robe. It can be a bowl, it can be
Yes.
all kinds of robes or other kinds of requisites.
Yes.
So basically, anything.
But normally not just anything, but I'm not sure about there being a limit in this regard. You could do this for medicines, for example.
Okay, and could it be that like
You could
had a
determine
household that was-
your say you're both at a retreat center together and someone offers some kind of like ginger dark chocolate box, several bars. Then we think you want to be able to share this between the two of you, and you would like either of you to be able to take it whenever you wish to from that. Then you could place that under shared ownership between you, friendly shared ownership. Then you have the right to take it whenever you think is the right time for the two of you. And it can be in your room or her room. Then you keep it in trust, friendly in trust between the two of you, and you can share that, whether between bhikkhunis or bhikkhuni and seminary.
Could it even be like, we have a vihara that has 2 bhikkhunis living in it, and even just like the whole contents of the house could be in shared ownership?
Absolutely, other than the Kapya Bhumi.
Okay.
If you have the Kapya Bhumi, then that's not allowed to be under shared ownership with them. The things that are not allowable to store are not allowed to be kept under shared ownership together. Only the things that you're allowed to store. So for example, someone else can think of the example.
Not food.
Right. Someone gives 3 pink boxes of Krispy Kreme. It's too much to take in one day, so you can put in shared ownership between the 2 of you. And they can be stored and you can take it whenever either of you want to take it, you can. But not allowed for you at this time. It could be stored by her still as a seminary, but it can't be put under shared ownership with the 2 of you or between the 2 of you. But that umbrella could be, yes. We can have our own umbrella. It's not mentioned here, but then generally these days you're allowed to have your own umbrella. But extra umbrellas you can put under shared ownership, sure, absolutely.
And what if you have only one bhikkhuni in a place? So you can't put things under shared ownership?
Yes, she can. She can put under shared ownership with several types of people. Who are the people she can put under shared ownership with? Excuse me? Bhikkhu, bhikkhuni. Seminary, and Sikamana, yes.
But if none of them is there,
None of them are there, she can't.
and there is also the possibility for the single store. So what is she doing with the things that she doesn't need for herself?
Right. Yes.
Could she share it with me?
So,
Friendly shared ownership and
this is the kind of circumstance that I, for myself, with starting Dhammadrini, then this is what I was talking about. Then when the bhikkhuni was away in another place, and then talking on the telephone about that, because she was there together, but then she's at another location. Then there's myself and Anagarika's there for a little while without there being a seminary or bhikkhuni. Then to be able to manage with those things, then I needed to call her up. I couldn't see her face to face during that time.
and with friendly ownership.
Yeah.
Then that would be okay.
Friendly shared ownership, then actually we put some things in friendly shared ownership. And then those things, it's no need to consult. You can just go ahead. So,
If you had not had a second bhikkhuni there to begin with, and the things were just in your ownership.
right. So this is a place, in that case, then there was another bhikkhuni who we started together with. That was Ayasujinta. So that was the circumstance. So I didn't need to think about that circumstance at that time. But prior to that time, then people would sometimes try to give things that I wasn't able, I'm thinking about like Tudong time. And people are giving things that, wanting to give things that I don't have need for. Then I had 2 different methods for that. One method is I just tell them no, that it's beyond my needs and bless them and like that. And then the other is because of seeing various temples and monasteries regularly, then to give that up at the next temple and monastery. During that time, then I had the chance normally every day to be stopping by along the journey, one or another temple or monastery. Then they have their store and can turn that over. Also then the situation, then visiting the temple, then people invited to sit together for the Sankadana. And people offered the buckets Thailand, plastic bucket, so popular for dana. And then inside the plastic bucket, like, oh, so many things are there. Okay, toothpaste I need, soap I need, all the other things I don't need. Then I take out what I need, and then I gave that bucket to the store. People offered the robes that I don't need. I just released to that monastery right at that time immediately. So I'm not taking that with me. Then the next day someone offers another bucket again, but I have soap. I don't need the soap. I have my toothpaste. I don't need the toothpaste. And I just release to the monastery, to the temple, because I don't need that. But, oh, washcloth is inside there, actually. Some dog ran away with my washcloth. And, okay, yes, I need a washcloth now. Then even I can, stopping by, I can ask, dog ran away with my washcloth. Are there any washcloths available? And asking the monk who is the store in charge, yes, we have plenty of washcloths. Here's the washcloth for you. And then I received the washcloth that I need. Right? Does that make it clear?
So if you're a lone bhikkhuni starting up a new temple and you're gonna have lots of like furniture and linens and kitchen stuff, and those would all be your possession.
Not necessarily. Like, who owns the place? I just ask.
Right.
You know, for
Well, this
example,
is
like
what I'm trying to
our
understand.
monastery, then,
Yeah.
you know, then our monastery is owned, the property, the land, all that is owned by the support foundation. We ourselves, for what we can own personally, is limited. There's lots of things that then are just going with the monastery. There's stuff that we don't, heavy properties that we don't own. For example, the vehicles are owned by the support foundation, not owned by us. So this is the place where it's good to distinguish between what we ourselves may have, but an individual bhikkhuni may be gifted with senasana. And then what is senasana? Lodgings. Is the bed included in senasana? Can it be? Can the bed be included in senasana?
I would guess so.
In fact, yes. Can the chair be included in senasana? Chair can be included. Can a table be included in senasana? Table can be included. Can a room be included? Rug? You know, when I was in India, that was about 30 years ago, the whole black wool sitting cloth thing was still an active thing. I don't know if it is now, but it was at that time. Then I also, yeah, baffled, but it was just like the black wool sitting cloth. Oh yeah, fantastic. People, they thought, you know, it's like holding your meditation energy really, really well. And black wool sitting cloth was a special. And I haven't seen or heard anything about that in years now, but at that time.
They weren't pure only black wool, right? You have to have.
But there were ones that were only black wool.
You feel like there was a reason for the rule because people really wanted it.
Were that absolutely, yeah, prized for centuries. Yeah, and they're good for sitting on in terms of like not being too hot or too cool.
You have one, right?
Now we get into some special things between the bhikkhu and bhikkhuni Vinaya. There are some things that it appears like the bhikkhuni may be allowed, that the bhikkhus are not allowed. And then why? Why is it that the bhikkhuni might be able to have that when the bhikkhu cannot?
Needs a certain amount of white cloth or something, and a certain amount of brown cloth. Like you can't just have
Not just your pure
pure
black wool,
Yeah.
right, yes. But then if you put borders on it out of some old cloth or old other wool that's not so good, then it's okay. But these things are like, you know, if you're there where I was, like far away before that time, like just studying in these books in the university library, then what is that about? I have no idea. But then going to India, then black wall sitting cloth is what is given to me, and it's I can tell there it is like, oh, that's really special, great, special gift. Now it's so good. Try sitting on it. It's not too hot, not too cold. Holds your meditation energy really, really well. You can sit down on the rough ground and it's like it balances out everything, and it's all so lightweight you can just fold it into your bag. And it is
Advertisement.
Have you seen anybody actually use, like in there, we're allowed a rug, and the rug can actually be as long as, like have you seen anybody actually have this rug in addition to the sitting cloth?
Oh, yes. In fact, for the Thai forest tradition of Ajahn Chah, or related to Luang Por Mun, having such a requisite oneself, especially for Tudong monks and also for the forest lodgings, and having that, you could call it a ground cloth also.
So they
But
have
it's beyond your, not just your small sitting cloth, but
yes.
you know, larger, for a larger space like that. And you can even think with regards to camping gear in a way. Huh? Yeah, but it's not, I mean, you don't blow it up, it's old style. Old style for good to have also when you see like the old kind of kutis that just have the dirt floor or cow dung floor or like this, and you put that down for your space for being on the floor, then, you know, so valuable. And when you're traveling to be able to lay that down. And this is a thing I know when I was on Tudong Nan Thai forest, and I put my sitting cloth down. Now I'm trying to lie down on the cold ground to rest, but my sitting cloth only covered a certain area, and then the other parts are kind of like chilly when you try to wrap yourself. I found after 2 a.m. it's getting too cold, and I have to sit up and then wrap my sangati around me like a tent, and just be on top of the sitting cloth, and then I can keep with meditation, and I can keep my warmth in that pyramid, in that area there. But too cold to be lying down. But if I had one of those clothes, I might have been able to sleep after 2 a.m. But I didn't have that cloth like that. Yeah. But many of the Thai forest monks, they do, or they used to at least traditionally that have that. Yeah, please.
Ich habe eine question. Sometimes people he have control zone.
And sometimes there are people that are like control freaks.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and
Control zone.
Es kann wirklich ein Problem mit der Vinaya, weil sie benutzen Vinaya, Kontrolle auszuüben.
Yes, you know, I think it's my own idea, but I think for Vinaya, actually, it can be helpful for the people who tend to be lackadaisical and like not think about things and not be responsible and not be disciplined about the things on the one hand, and it can also be helpful for the people who are control freaks on the other hand, to like give the direction and application and like these are the things you should look out for and you should do. And so and then also the things that are, you know, there's what's mentioned. So the person who has a lot of mind about these things can have a lot to like consider about and work with to be able to guide and channel their tendencies, they say. So I think it can be helpful for like both sides, as well as somebody who's kind of in the middle. If you're on the other side, then you may feel like, oh, I don't want to think about these things, but still we should train in them and know about them. We do the things like this, but it can help them not to be, otherwise their character may be like too loose and to let go of those things too much. But having the discipline can help them to then train and apply themselves. On the other side, for those who are too tight, too controlling, then it can help to channel, direct, moderate what's there and have that then be a framework for balancing that in the communal context, a framework for shared understanding in the communal context, because all of this is shared amongst all of us. So otherwise, if the person who has their control freak doesn't have these things, then sometimes they may, if they don't have the channel or the shared understanding, then they may want to have a lot of other kinds of things. Of course, they might wish to make a lot of core wine for many circumstances. But I think with regards to this training, then the tendencies to be like so loose and undisciplined, then there's a lot to give discipline and direction, and also held together in community. And for the tendency to be, if it is like too tight or too controlling about the things, also the commonly shared agreements to like channel and direct their mind for some can be helpful. And learning also to let go, training and letting go the other things, you know, this is when it's working well for the people. There's a lot of chance and opportunity for such benefit in the community level because of having this shared discipline. And it's not able to control everything in every circumstance. So also we're responsible for working with our own minds. And there's the whole Dhamma, so much Dhamma aspects are there. And it's meant to be working together with the Dhamma. I feel like for some people, some karma is very deep, and in this lifetime, they can make some progress with it, but not everybody may be able to get through all of the karma necessarily in one life. Some can, some will, according to their applying themselves sincerely. For some, may take more than that. We appreciate how much is possible to do. Right? For myself, so many kinds of the tendencies that are really good to work with in Dhamma and Vinaya. And I work with them over the years, time by time, again and again and again. I can see progress with many of these things, but not all done yet. Not entirely done yet. I'm glad for the opportunity to continue to train and practice myself. But working dedicatedly for 30 years on the things, or more than that, but it's still not all done yet. But I do see the progress with the things. So will I be able to take care of all these things in this lifetime or not? I don't know, but I will do as much as I can. That's just my dedication. As much as I'm able, as much as I can, I will do that. And I think for others likewise, so it's kind of like understanding, compassionate understanding with forgiveness. If they're trying their best, then also they have their own karma. And then sometimes we know them for a long time, we can see growth. We can see their advancement and their growth in various ways, but not necessarily finished with everything. And I think, oh, like me too. Also like that. And compassion. The things I couldn't finish with yet may be painful and difficult for me and for others. For them too. What they couldn't finish with yet, even they're sincerely working on it. They did grow, they did gain, but they couldn't finish with that yet. Oh, it's painful and difficult for them. And for the others, so we have compassion and sympathy about that as much as we can. We can just blame them or hate them or doubt about them. That's an option also. But I feel like that's relatively less healthy option and not so much recommended by the time. So anyway, just I think like that. So then I try to catch myself if I'm habitually thinking in a way that's unhealthy and not recommended by the Buddha. I try to recognize and catch it as much as I can over time. I don't catch it all the time, but I'm training myself to more and more recognize it and catch it, and then catch it as soon as I can. If I can nip it in the bud, then good. Even before it comes up to bud, then good. But if it already came out, then still, as soon as possible, I want to recognize it and turn that around. Right? So I know for the traditions that are strong or strict and canonical Vinaya, then sometimes those who are have like control freak tendencies may be attracted to this because it gives them a lot to work with and channel and this kind of thing, and then wanting to channel their tendencies in a healthy and wholesome way recommended by the Buddha. But normally at first when they're trying to do that, they're trying to sincerely, but also problematic. Yeah. And over time, then they may be able to recognize bit by bit, part by part, how to engage in a more healthy, wholesome, and less problematic way. Yeah. But delusion about these things can be, our blindness can be quite strong, habits can be quite strong, we understand. We can tell for ourselves, we look at ourselves, our own habit that we recognize coming up again and again. Then even we want to end that habit, we want to change that habit, how hard it can be to do so. But still we apply ourselves. And if it's like that for me, then certainly will be for the others as well. Whether we can see it in them or not. If we can see it in them, then recognize that. Yeah. If we have a chance or opportunity to help them with that, then good. But also the people need to work out the things themselves. So sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. Even we try, sometimes they may not want the help from somebody else because they don't see it, they don't think so. Or they feel like I need to take care of this myself, not somebody else. I don't want anybody else telling me seeing this is embarrassing, shaming, or all these kinds of things are there. That the Buddha is recommending if someone mentions to us for us to like how to take that well. It's recommended. Did anyone memorize about this already? The advice of the Buddha in this regard is really beautiful. Excellent advice. Have you memorized that?
Not memorized.
Oh, can you paraphrase?
This is the pointing out jewels thing.
Maybe. Let's hear pointing out jewels thing.
If you should, if somebody is pointing out your faults, you should look on them as somebody pointing out treasure.
There is that. There is that. There are others as well. Like this, the Buddha mentions in quite a few places in quite a few ways about these kinds of things, like what kind of attitude is good to develop in this regard, because otherwise our tendency might be someone points out my faults, and I want to blame them because it's their fault. I want to defend myself, want to close down, turn away from them, or I want to distract, or all those other tendencies may be there, but the power of this kind of wish to see our own things and to work with them, and appreciation for others who may point out the things to us. If we want to see and we can't see for ourselves, if someone else provides us with a mirror, it's a great chance for us. Yeah. Don't say that, don't show me that. I don't want you, don't like you. If we have a right attitude, then hopefully we can be more appreciative and recognize the opportunities that they're offering to us. We have to evaluate carefully in these regards. And sometimes also the mirror that's being offered is not clear. See, is it showing something true? It's good for me to see, or are they just sharing their own delusion? We need to, like, honestly look at them, see what's going on there. But if they're trying to help, even they're just sharing their own delusion, we can appreciate they're trying to help. It's something to appreciate. So for us to evaluate for ourselves as best we can. Is there truth in that? Is there clarity? Can this help us do something important to see? Or are they just sharing something distorted and diluted? So practicing discernment in these regards. Still, it's good to, if we can, try to know what intention it's coming from. Are they trying to help? 8:30 a.m. Oh, that's such a good time. Thank you for mentioning. And then appointment of Sangha officers. Right? Shall we assign homework?
Okay.
Appointment of Sangha officers. Can you find it?
So I found the part about robe receiver and guardian and distributor. I didn't find the part about the medical stores in charge.
Oh.
Is that somewhere? It's not in the medicine Kandika.
Oh.
It might be somewhere else. But I didn't find it yet.
Think about that.
Also, there's not a robe store in charge. There's like 4 different offices related to that would be combined in that one function in our usual system.
Right. Yes. That's right. Also, the Sangha can appoint in charges, even if they're not defined by the Vinaya, can appoint in charges at will. Ones that we find in Vinaya, then I think we find reference to distribution of medical things, but not necessarily to the appointment of the person, but reference to there being the community medical things available and their distribution. Or distribution of almost any kind of things that are offered as requisites. Then basic principles are there. If needed, then someone to distribute who the Sangha trusts and feels will be capable to do that, and agreeing upon that person. Thank you. Agreeing upon that person together. So the Sangha authorizes and empowers the person to do that. With regards to requisites, just in general. And some things you think are like specific, so lodgings have been given to the Sangha, belong to the Sangha. And then appointing someone to be giving the lodgings. But I would like to give appoint the stores in charge for the robes plus store and medicine store. I think that you've heard it already. Did you hear my suggestion about that? Who I was thinking of? You did. And then I meant that suggestion to be a proposal for consideration and to see if there were other ideas about that. Thoughts about who would be better for that. What did you think about? Thoughts of who would be better?
We're sort of waiting for this session to discuss what the roles were, and we have not had further discussion among ourselves because we're waiting for this session.
Okay.
I think those would, what you had proposed would be fairly temporary appointments, but would be fine with me. Fine with those people. What is the robes plus? The plus part, I'm not totally clear on.
Well, in the rope store, there are things additional to ropes.
Like cloths, sewing stuff.
There's sewing stuff, and then there are things even that are beyond,
Right.
that are requisites that are
Is
beyond.
there a limit? Like, what is the limit? Who's in charge?
Does it include everything in the laundry shed minus the medical stuff?
Or
Is there some other,
and what about all the other stuff that isn't robes and isn't medicine?
what about like the printer paper or the
The toiletries.
Yes, normally those things are included together.
So that's all.
But the
robes.
toiletries sometimes have been put in the past, sometimes the toiletries have been put under medicines.
So these are the things that need
But
clarification.
there's,
Is like
are there
who's-
toiletries now in the laundry shed?
Well, not in the laundry shed. So then it would be in charge of what's in the laundry shed?
Well, for that store before, that's been what's in the laundry shed, and then also what's in the two other sheds.
Okay, but not in the shower trailer, for instance.
What's in the shower trailer at some time in past has gone together with medicines.
Okay.
And then also the medical kits that are, the kutis. Oh, this is something I wanted to mention then, because medical kits have things to be taken orally in them. So for Bhikkhuni, for her kuti, if there's a medical kit in there with things to be taken orally in it, before, when one was a seminary, then one can just take those things. But as a Bhikkhuni, then that medical kit for the things to be taken orally, then that should be offered. Maybe it has inside things like Tylenol, paracetamol, maybe it has emergency, also to be taken orally inside.
Are those things that those medical kits should have been initially offered, and those are lifetime allowables?
Those things are lifetime allowables, but it might be that they were.
They may not. Yeah.
There
I
are
don't think
those
we
that
should
were,
trust-
just as you said.
Yeah, I don't
but
think we should trust that
I
they
am
are.
aware that there are medical kits that have come in that haven't gone through that particular process.
So
So
like the things in your kuti are probably fine, but the things in the other kutis need to.
yes, I would recommend for your first aid kits, your kuti. Anyone who has a seminary or anagarika or nekama can offer that. You can bring into the commons area and they can offer them. Those things inside are, I think, all lifetime medicines, just to be sure that that's offered. So under medical, then things in the medical in here, then also a medical kit in every building and kuti, and then also the stock of things in the shower trailer.
And some of those medical things in the laundry shed also.
There are medical things in the laundry shed also.
Really close.
Yeah.
What, medical things all over the place?
Yes.
There's things in kitchen, 2 places in the kitchen
Yes.
and dirt and the laundry shed and the shower trailer.
Shower trailer and each cookie.
So our decision was that each of the buildings is supposed to have, I mean, other than the plastic sheds down there, each of the buildings is supposed to have an emergency kit in it. In case something were to happen where that was needed, that it would be quickly accessible.
And the laundry shed has a more expensive, it's like the surgical kit and the extra techno and, all this. Like there's an actual medical store there.
We kind of made a medical stores and drug store organization.
Right.
Which we haven't had for a while. Well, I mean,
There has been a deputy.
who has not been doing a whole lot with that role.
Yes, that's right.
Admittedly.
Mhm.
So anyway, I mean, I think this part about the specifics of our stores here needs further discussion
Mhm.
and clarification of what is in charge of what
Mhm.
and what exactly can they and should they do as in their role. But that might be for another day, because I think that's a longer discussion.
Yeah, and also basically it's quite simple. And that is to know what's there, keep the things reasonably organized, then look out for the needs of the community have an eye out for whether something that's in one's charge may be needed. When things are offered, then receive them and store them properly. If there's something that would be good to distribute amongst Sangha members, then to distribute them. And then also to set up one's procedure for how one can be asked. So that to be open to asking.
And could it potentially also be like
And
putting things
writing.
on the useful things list if we're low on things?
Absolutely, yes. So in terms of these basic things, then it's quite simple. And then also, if anyone knows some medical thing is needed, then go to mention to who is in charge. If you come to know about it. And then people ask time by time. Also, when Katina is coming up, then Katina useful things list gets published. And then also the donors asked what's good to be in the Sanghadana bags, please let us know. And with that invitation, then we can let them know about those things they want to offer, what will be useful. So to be able to give them the information about that. If there's something in the stores that is useful that we don't have, and to let know whether it's a medical store or whether it's cloth plus store.
What about the tool? Things like screws and glue and all the stuff in the tool shed.
That has been separate.
Okay.
There's been a separate in charge. But is there in charge of that? We don't have an appointed in charge of that at this time. Certainly there can be. That one for the robe stores and for the medicine stores, and it's supposed to be, at least for Bhikkhunis community, supposed to be a Bhikkhuni or the designee of the Bhikkhuni. But for the tool shed, that one, then normally the people are not having much in the way of tools as their personal requisites. And those things are generally more communal use, but it's good to have someone, and it doesn't have to be a Bhikkhuni or a Bhikkhuni's designee. That could be an Anagarika, that could be a Nekama, that could be a seminary, or it could be a Bhikkhuni who has that in charge. But then normally they're involved only with temporary distribution to volunteers, but not with actually like holding things in shared ownership. Which medical store, they hold the things in the, anyway, I'm saying shared ownership, but I mean Sangha communal ownership for the robe store also, held in Sangha ownership, and then meant to be receiving those types of things and giving out, distributing, being open to requests for those types of things, but for the tools, generally it's just to borrow them or just to use them for a project, but not to be giving them for the ownership of the Bhikkhunis or members of the Sangha, although sometimes some things then the Bhikkhunis are requesting. Like I was asking, can I have a pair of loppers, my own? I want to be able to lop sticks, have my own loppers and twine, and I want to make the sticks for the winter for the wood stove, because so many sticks are around, and I think 10 minutes a day, I want to have my yogi job, and I'll be preparing the bundle of sticks for the stove for the winter. I asked for the loppers, but then no one gave me loppers for months now.
Here, you can put them on the list for them. You got twine.
I did now. I asked for twine for my birthday. For that birthday Sankadana, and I asked for twine.
I was questioning why you were getting twine.
That's just going to birthday present.
Yes. I have my bag of twine.
It's not the first time I've seen twine requested on the list for that.
But in fact, I meant to share it out with others. But still, I couldn't get my loppers to be able to do this. But I have, what's it called? Leatherman Super Tool. Has the, do you know what this is? It's small, and then it has the small knife is inside, opens up, and then small screwdriver is there, and corkscrew is there, and nail file is there, all small container. I have one of my own. Yes, I do. It's so useful and so valuable. I have my own pair of scissors also. So some of these kinds of things. Then scissors, normally that comes under the cloth store, and even these kinds of little tools like that, things that can be the personal requisites of monastics are normally within the requisites store. And sometimes all the things are together, even the medicine store and rope store and all kinds of requisite stores just under one in charge in one place sometimes. But sometimes then rope cloth is one in charge, and toiletries is another in charge, and medicines is another in charge. And it can be like that also. And lodgings in charge, another. What else? Distribution of food invitations, which we can see in Vinaya and is used in places in Asia. Other invitations like that, but we don't have so many invitations now. We had more before, but during coronavirus, then we stopped accepting them. So, but then that's also something to be managed when there are the invitations and for the Sangha. Generally, I've been managing the invitations. We're all so tired. I admire you being so good and patient and working and continuing to consider about this. Do you feel like you know enough? Are there alternative suggestions for who should be in charge of what? Medicine. I was just proposing, right, the rope cloth plus other requisites as one, and medicines as another. We could appoint someone to be in charge of the tools also. That would be great. But doesn't necessarily, for these things, rope, requisites, and medicine, if there are the bhikkhunis available, then should be the bhikkhuni. Or if there's like just say if there were just a bhikkhuni in a seminary somewhere, then also that bhikkhuni could also designate that seminary to be their assistant and to look out for the things, but still it's the bhikkhunis in charge. But if there are no bhikkhunis, then or no bhikkhus, then it's hard to have a bhikkhu or a bhikkhuni store. You have to have at least one of them. You should have at least one of them. Otherwise, maybe a monastic community store, but not the bhikkhu or bhikkhuni store.
Have been proposed for these roles. Have been willing. They feel comfortable and like they understand the role and are willing to try.
If everyone else is comfortable with me. It's also quite time limited.
Right.
So maybe it's
The next
durable.
or something.
Yes, I not understand. I read, maybe I see maybe in the internet, maybe I have information. Okay. Well, I not understand what everything is medicine.
Because, yeah.
Yes. I read more again.
Sadhu. And should we appoint a tool store in charge also. That could be anyone among our time residents. Any proposals about that? I hadn't been thinking about it, but since it was brought up, then I'm thinking about it. Do you have any proposal about tool store in charge?
I think I might be the most obvious candidate.
Not necessarily. I wasn't necessarily thinking of, I thought you might have a recommendation. You could be, potentially, but do you have any recommendation other than yourself? You can recommend yourself, President. Yes.
I would think Katrina is perfect for this. I don't want to make a proposal because I was afraid that they have already so much to do.
Well, this is the thing, because of their being visitors in charge, then they are giving a lot of properly time and care to their being in charge of visitors and the lodgings. So we appreciate that. It could be someone else.
I think we're going to go on a video to enjoy tools.
I had photographs.
Vinita also has another in charge now.
Yes. This is the thing that I don't know if we have enough people to give out in charges and have nobody feel like they already have too many in charges.
But the tool shed doesn't have to be a Bikuni. Is what I was trying to say. That it could be anyone who's a resident for the West.
I'm just understanding Vinaya feel about tools.
I can do. Can do.
Good with tools.
Yes, I was also
Giving tools.
thinking about that.
Also good
But
organizing.
you might just be able to give some advice based upon to be someone who could be asked in case there were some questions about things. Yeah, not your full, it wouldn't, that would be her in charge, not your in charge, but if you would be available for consultation in case of need. I think that could be good. I would be happy to entrust the tools to you. Our tools are very precious here in the forest. So then also I was looking, because many days I'm walking by there, and then I saw something that, like, we always have to take care of what we're looking at, if it's somebody's in charge or not, but what we see. And I was thinking, it might be good to have somebody in charge of this. It looks like some things that I could see some things that would be good to be being taken care of.
And she could also give recommendations for the cutting.
Absolutely, yes, that's right.
Looking on the
Even
company's
timely, cutting use, including for your in charge and for her in charge also. Then this is a very important time of year. It's like the main time of year for the things that are good for the Sangha for the upcoming year, for the winter retreat time particularly. We have a chance then again at Vesak time, but things like at least through till Vesak will be useful support for the Sangha, and also in case there's anything that's important to send with those who might be departing after the Vasa, things that are helpful for travel to send with them if we don't have that. Normally that's also considered for Katina time, particularly if they're the monastics who are going to be traveling afterwards. It's helpful for them. Huh? Oh, yes.
I found the camera.
Oh, you did find it?
It's
Okay,
behind
good.
the laundry shed. Because I was doing a project there.
Yeah, so, and the wonderful thing is when there's an in charge like that, then all these ideas and things you can tell to the in charge. You don't have to announce to the whole community.
I was usually.
Right, exactly. So does anyone here have any objection to I think I'm understanding proposals are for Venerable Bhikkhuni Anuvedita to be the robe store and general requisite store in charge, and for Venerable Bhikkhuni Tisarani to be the medical store in charge, recognizing the robes and requisites store then also has its location in the laundry shed and then also 2 additional sheds.
You're in charge of the plastic shed mysteries.
There may be some things in there, but they're all cleaned up and organized recently, so wonderfully. And then also medical store in charge has its place here, but we know then also there's the whole like emergency surgical kit. There's the section that's in the laundry shed, and then there's the part that's in the shower trailer, and then there should be the emergency kit. Normally at the beginning of the Vasa, we checked all the emergency kits. But this year we didn't do that because we got distracted by fire safety meeting or then fire abatement work and this kind of various things like this. But good then to be sure that the medical kits that are in the kutis, where there are bhikkhunis, are offered by hand to those bhikkhunis. And to find out if any of them have anything that's missing or needed in them. Request the kuti dwellers to let know about that. This is the time for finding out about the missing things and to get them on our list for all of these. And also, I heard proposal of Anagarika Siddhinanda for our tool stores in charge. Anyone have any objection about that? Then also for our Korowat for this kind of thing, because sometimes the Americans, unless they give a positive affirmation, sometimes not sure about silence and asking if there are any objections. So our Korowat is to seek a positive affirmation. Did I explain that right? Would you explain it differently? That's fine. Okay, I was seeing something that looked like frowning, and so I wanted to check and see. Not frowning. You don't know about that? Is it something related and important?
Please carry on, Ellie.
There we try for. Wait, is there anybody here who should be here who is not here? In Wati?
So if this is an all residents thing,
Should be residents, Vasatine residents.
would that include our newcomers? Would it include Nas who's arriving tomorrow?
No, Nas hasn't arrived yet. It would include those who are residents for the Vasa.
So to
So Jen is departing tomorrow, but Cameron's here.
right, Kingston Monastery. So they have to be our Bodhi Vasa residents. I mean, those who haven't declared a Vasa residents, then how does that
Those who
work?
are Dhammadrini residents count. This is my understanding of our Kowa. Those who are Dhammadrini residents count, and those bhikkhunis who have declared Vasa residents with Dhammadrini count.
Okay,
In this regard,
so
one needs to be counted according to Vinaya, and the other needs to be counted according to our Korwat, our local residential policy.
and residents means Vasa residents also.
No, just the 2 that I mentioned means. Let me try that one more time.
Okay, because you
One,
sort of repeatedly corrected people who have referring to.
Newcomers who are Vasa, here for the Vasa do not count as.
let's try reflective listening. For what I just said before this, how did you understand what I said?
So 2 categories of people.
Mhm.
One is bhikkhunis who have declared their Vasa residence here,
Yes.
and 2 is
And that's needed. for
from
Vinaya.
Vinaya, yes. And the other would be long-term Dhammadrini residents.
Those who are residents of Dhammadrini,
Right.
yes, yes,
Like approved residents.
yes, yes, right. Uh-huh. That's right.
So we have to ask also the monastery.
Let me see, I'm going to try to follow our protocol and see if I can get affirmative approval from everybody who's here. Just I'll try that, and then we'll think about who else needs to be consulted with after this, and we can just bring the proposal and let know who's already given their approval.
So those who are here in this room right now are not all in one of those two categories.
March. Although because she's been meaning to.
Right.
And Andre has lost their residency, but
Not here.
But on Dharma Creek.
do you feel like you should be included?
I don't expect so.
Okay.
But it
Let's
wouldn't
check.
be fine.
And would it include those of the monastery who are residents of Dhammadrini?
Yeah. So, but for us here now, first, we should see if we have affirmative approval from those here, and then we share with those who should be consulted with. Shall we go around and
I approve.
hold on a moment? Let's start here. And this will be like a turkey grin, because then we'll go. Yes, yes, so I approve. Already. Sadhu. Sadhu. That's what it goes. Sadhu. Sadhu. And because you've been nominated. Sadhu, 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 Anmodan.
I have a question. Medicine come to one place or have 4 places?
We can explain.
Sure, yes. And really, actually, I think that can be at your discretion. The way that it's set up now is how it was organized by past in charges, but also your own ideas about this, how it's good to organize are important. The past decision that I think is a good one to keep is about having the emergency supplies in each of the buildings. But in terms of location of the stores besides that and how much it's spread out, and I think that part I would be interested in your idea about what's good for that.
Ich kann ein bisschen selber.
Du kannst es eigentlich selber entscheiden, aber sie hat für sinnvoll, dass an jedem Platz ein Notfallkit ist,
Ah, ja.
also Plastik und so.
It's okay?
Yes, 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 yes. The plaster, I forget. This is important. Maybe cut the finger. Yeah. Maybe here. Yes, yes.
Yes, right. But it may take, this part may be good to evaluate a little bit, because I know not so long ago then some kind of emergency thing happened in our commons area, and then someone was like looking here and there and the other place, and trying to find out so many, even there are first aid kits that in the shower trailer, several of them still can't find it. Not a lot. We didn't have a lot of problems like that, but then noticed something was even searching in so many places around, then it was hard to find that one thing. And that's kind of thing then we need medical store in charge to remember that, get that on the useful things list, and be sure that goes to the appropriate places. You can set up things. We used to have clipboard on the wall, invite the residents if something is needed, put on the clipboard, in charge looks at it. Other kinds of methods are like that. Electronic is also there. these things are all possible.
Seems like there might be a little time needed for handoff and for the
Yes,
service in charges to think about what are their methods
Yes.
and to convey those appropriately to
yes,
people.
absolutely.
To check with the
Yeah.
monastery.
Yeah, check with.
That's right,
everybody,
yes.
see,
So this is the
and-
part to convey them. I think should be like morning meeting tomorrow morning. Then let know these proposals right there. And who here has agreed to that so far, and then state specifically whose approval is being asked.
So then this would not take effect until we get those approvals.
I would say even from what I've heard from some here, it would be good to put a deadline for them giving their approval. And not far out deadline, but a soon deadline. I'm just reflecting back what I've heard time by time from what's helpful for people in these regards. That's helpful.
Worked really well for this.
Yeah. Oh, so then I want to rejoice. Now it's 9 p.m. and we covered so much territory. We learned a lot about robes, and we learned a lot even about Bhikkhuni Dutangas, and also chanting 13 Arahant Bhikkhunis canonically, and Lana Thai, and then also more about robes and shared ownership, and now about various kinds of requisites in charge, and Sangha level, or just between the monastics who are friends, mita, with trust, or just the, doesn't mean untrusting, but just the general shared ownership relationship agreements. And then also we had proposals and an agreement by all who are here, at least for robe and general store, general requisite store in charge, and medicine store in charge, and tool shed in charge. So I just want to rejoice in the enormous amount of ground that we've covered during this time, and also our knowing where to look for and find out about things to study further, more deeply about these topics. I hope we all have a pretty good sense about where to find that and how to do that. And we discussed a lot of the normal questions that we have to come up about these things. So, inviting others to appreciate and rejoice in that together, and especially appreciation for how much energy, patience, goodwill, kindness, dedication may have been shared by you personally with the community, and also our community members with us. The old teachers say that the Sangha doing these things together in harmony is a big, big merit. Because it's not so easy to be patient and have different ideas and different views and to do something else or these kinds of things, but then it's a gift to the community and to one another and to ourselves. For the Sangha, it's also kind of Sangha gift to the Sangha for the present and then also for the future. Present Sangha members and for those to come, to exert ourselves in kindness and care and generosity in these regards. Appreciating everyone's offering of Sankirtana. Anything else we need to talk about this evening? No? Maybe- Say that very quickly. You're not the only one. But I see everyone move quickly. I thought you were so tired, but suddenly everyone's so active. Okay, time for me to be active. Slowly, 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 slowly. And let's people inside the pocket there. Parikara Chola, what do you think? Yes, I have it. That's designated as Parikara Chola. Then, how about this one? This one I didn't designate as Parikara Chola. But this one, but maybe, I don't know, it's furry inside. I'm not sure.
I feel like cloth is involved.
Leather, naga hide. At the moment, I'm just going to think about my PT instructions. Yes. And thanks to Jen. And then mindful of the heels, knees, buttocks, nose over knees. Yeah. No, I know it wasn't so good, was it? Yeah. Well, I did good earlier. If I got it good every time, then how would that be? No. If I were perfect, that would be really dangerous. Good to be like just regular kind of human is good. Thinking Nina Punyakamena Upajaya Kuntara Acharipakara Chamata Jayataka Suryo Chandimaraja Kunawanta Narapicha Brahmamara Chaminda Chalokapala Chadevata Yamomita Manusa Chamajata Verika Picha Sabe Sata Sukhi Huntu Punyani Pakatani Sukhan Chati Dandantu Kipam Bhabe Tawamatan Yumina Punyakamena Yumina Udesena Cha Kipa Sulabe Cheva Pan Padana Chetana Ye Santane Hinadana Yawanipana Tomana Nasantu Sapata Ewa Yatajato Hawe Uju Chitan Satipanya Taleko Viriamina Mara la Pantumoka San Katunja Viriesune Uthati Pawaro Nato Tamonato Warutamo Nato Pacheka Butocha Sanko Nato Taro Mamam Keso Taman Pawina Maro Kasan Labantuma Arahang Samma Sambuddho Bhagavan Buddham Bhagavantam Abhivademi Sawakato Dhammam Dhammam Namassami. Supatipanno Bhagavato Sangha Sangha. May you have every good blessing. May all the devas protect you. By the power of all the Buddhas, by the power of all the Dhammas, by the power of all the Sanghas, may you ever be well. Thank you to everyone. I appreciate all of you.